Welcome everybody to the Fluff Bite Entertainment System. Your look through the glass. A world that bends the light and the darkness in your heart through shards of identity, kink, disassociation, art, anarchism, and so much more. So, welcome, degenerates, transsexuals, normie onlookers, confidants, and would-be game developers. Welcome to our world. I'm Punk Bite. I use she, her pronouns. Welcome to whatever the fuck this is. What did we name the stream? There's like rapid descent. We usually have day at the end of the like sort of categories of our streams. We have this inherent need to like categorize everything, and when you have the childhood dream of basically having your own broadcast, in this case an all night and into the morning deliberately broadcast where you get to show whatever you want within reason, talk about what you care about, and sort of promote and extend your modes of thought and your favorite pieces of media. There's people who stream like reading manga pages. I know there's like a whole community of like, there was during JJK being still ongoing, people would read the leaks. They would read and think about what would happen next on the next page. It was like this whole thing. I'm sure that people still do it with I don't know what the JJK sequel is called. There's people who do that. There's people who fucking play fucking violin for like 12 hours. There's so many things you can find people streaming. We like to think that we are giving you a peek into our mind. We have this sort of thinking that, especially because we're a system and there's a bunch of folks in one body, that we are a mech, like a mech suit, like a robot. Our body feels not separate, but it's like we converge. We're a Megazord. So of course our internal happy place and how we visualize our existence as well. A cockpit. I hope all are well. I don't think we have the normal setup anymore. It's been a while since I really started a stream, and we're still getting used to doing all our Linux shit. We pretty much exist solely on Linux right now. When Microsoft stopped supporting Windows 10 and shit, we were just like, all right, I don't want to be surveilled as much anymore. And I hate this AI bloating and shitification. So, as a consequence, we've been very much off balance with a lot of stuff. So, forgive us for being a little bare bones. Like, I don't have hotkeys to change my expressions. Usually I can be a lot more didactic. Love your PNG tuber. She looks like a 1990s, 1980s action adventure cartoon character. Yeah, that's the vibe. I hope so. We're really inspired by shit like Toonami and stuff, and being mech Mech Pilot Hostess is an honor. This background looks like something from Adult Swim. Yes, yes. I'm channeling all of my loves. Noodle did the background. This is actually like a proto version. We'll be having a more elaborate mecha background and overlay setup in the future. So this is just a piece of things to come. Oh, I need to change our. Well, we probably still gaming. Probably still in the gaming category on Twitch. Should probably do just chatting because we're gonna be talking for a while. I got a lot that I want to go through with everybody. Let's see. So a big part of what we like to talk about here on the Fluff Bite Entertainment System is, well, the ongoings of the world and intersectionality. When we first started doing all of our isms, I guess, we were motivated by this thought that even though we were inspired by like video essayists and like anti-tubers too, there was this feeling that the things that we wanted to say about like media or like the world and stuff was filtered through this lens that felt weird to, I guess, obscure the vibrancy of. And you know, being in a kink, being a baby fur, being autistic, being plural, like these are all things that inform our worldview, and it brings us to some interesting conclusions. I mean, I guess we like to think that we have some radical politics in terms of, you know, disability justice and, you know, like racialization and as a human dignity, social justice and whatnot. But I think we've been pretty we've normalized within ourselves, like being on like sort of the fringes of society because, you know, mentally ill, furry, trans amalgam as we are. I'm talking as if this is like a whole new thing, like we're coming back from like some huge hiatus, but it also kind of feels like that because we still haven't like really sank back into our groove, you know? We had a partner's partner over for a couple of weeks, and we were much more in our flesh. We were much more bouncing more between flesh space and the virtual realm, and we do have a problem focusing on a lot of things at once, and even on the best of days. So we have been less focused on a lot of our work and was getting a lot less done in terms of that. Streams have been irregular, but we probably will be doing from Friday into Saturday. That's probably going to continue, I think. So expect more of that, I guess. I'm acknowledging, just in case people are new, we reached 1K on Blue Sky recently, and although we are kind of actually tired of Blue Sky, in a lot of ways, we are acknowledging that our visibility is growing like inch by inch, and we've been a lot more vocal about a lot of stuff lately because we have put our head down for a long time because, well, it's stressful and social media is like an anxiety machine. Also want to ask, how's everyone's day been? Or a week, really. It's the end of the week. We do really like streaming at the end of the work week to ease people into the weekend to really feel like you hit a milestone in your moment. If that's how your week is, not everyone has like a 5 day work week. I know we don't. I'm sorry, but my earworm is playing Sonic Underground now. Ooh, Sonic Underground, that was pretty cool. I never finished that series. Um, I've been wanting to read more of the IDW comics. We grabbed a Sonic 30th anniversary IDW comic when we were out a couple of weeks ago that we're interested in. We are thumbing through it right now. It's like classic Sonic. So like not Sonic Underground, but like Sonic 1 and 2 and 3 side scrolling sort of Sonic. And they even have like Amy in her like sweater and skirt and shit. And I think it's like even drawn partially by one of the artists or developers from like one of the Sonic games, like Sonic Mania or something. Um, we're certainly not the biggest Sonic fan we know, but we definitely have Sonic brainworms. Mixing music with stuff has been really on our brain lately too, so Sonic Underground in particular scratches an itch. Super Jail. I haven't seen Super Jail, but isn't that like made by the same people who made like Space Dandy or something? A grotesque amount of detail in that animation. Yeah, let's get a little bigger. Alright, so I want to talk about the morality of video games. The morality of buying video games. Or I guess we're talking about the morality of consumption through the lens of video games, because I think for a long time we have been sort of trying to navigate for ourselves, especially as a public figure, how we should observe like certain content, and how not just like how we talk about it, but like how we present it to people. Because like literally someone might be watching one of our streams and go, oh man, this is a really cool game, I think I'm gonna play this. And you know, that's also the vector in which capital sees value in our work, right? Like, even though there are developers that we are in community with who like say share their games with us, not out of a sense of, oh, this person's definitely gonna get more people to buy my game and thus make me more money. Like, I don't think that people are thinking like that, at least not the people that we're talking to regularly. I think that there is the necessary it is necessary to make a living. There's a lot of creators who are very flexible with what they're comfortable with. We particularly haven't been challenged in as many ways as certain other creators. But there are certainly moments that we had like advertised things that we had later had been like, I wish I hadn't done that. But also we were in like, especially at the worst of it, we were in the most like materially like hard position that we had ever been in, and that extra pressure, like survival capitalism, had definitely motivated us to basically go with any brand deal that like actually would have made us money. We only did it like once, but we still felt awful. Um, but there's that direct way, and then there's the passive way too, because there's say like reviewers or streamers or pundits who have relationships with developers that they might regularly get keys for a game without even asking, for example. Uh, Without it being literally like uh, immediately transactional, but also have have a loose connection. And even if you say always buy games from a certain developer that you cover, there's also the recognition of like what niche you're in. And so like if you want to participate in that niche, you're gonna be playing those games. So in the context of say a Nintendo tuber, someone who specifically like their whole thing is Nintendo games, when the Switch 2 came out, they had a choice. Not only like, oh, are you gonna talk about the anti-consumer practices of Nintendo, especially in regards to the Switch 2 and how it's designed and what it sets precedent for? Maybe, maybe not. But then after that, are you gonna keep playing Nintendo games, and are you gonna keep playing Nintendo games, specifically the new ones, specifically on the Switch? Because there were people who were saying like these are bad, and there were some gamers who were like, hey, we should not support this. Kind of like when Xbox was gonna do the always online for the Kinect. Like, I don't know, was it 2016, 2017 or something? And then there was like a huge outrage when they announced that, and then they backed down. So the thought was, you know, if enough people abstain from buying the Switch 2, then maybe Nintendo will rethink the game cards that don't have the actual game on it, and stuff like that. But they had like record sales, and there's a lot of people feeling particularly salty, like from like a leftist perspective, especially if you consider yourself like for lack of a better term, a woke gamer. I know we do, in the sense of like, yeah, I like when I like when developers are paid more to work less to make games with worse graphics. Like I want like game developers to have unions. You know, I don't want massive layoffs. I don't want like games to be having lots of AI tools. Like I don't want fucking in-game like monetization, like predatory monetization, like gotcha shit. Like there are scripts that, you know, I could go down a checklist, right? But I also recognize that because in entertainment, there's also the treat aspect to the thing, where it's like we can all justify to ourselves, oh, it's like my treat. It's the thing that I'm allowing myself while we're all in hell. And for some people, the thing that they're the treat is some Nintendo shit. Though it felt particularly egregious when I noticed with the backlash of like certain creators, because it's like, oh, they're just covering Switch 2 shit like it ain't no thing. There are people who were like, oh yeah, the new Mario Kart isn't worth it, while playing it. And I was like, well, I guess we're full of contradictions. We all, aren't we? And I feel like if we were like of the moment, we probably would have had a video around that time. But I think increasingly, as we've seen different waves of how people have talked about the morality of buying certain games, and the sort of, not just like say, oh, someone's justifying a thing and I have to contend with people like making decisions that I think that quote unquote look bad or may show that there's not a lot of solidarity or something like that, versus like actively figuring out what is my moral willingness to participate in this fucking identity capitalism at what cost. That's a lot of pretty words, right? I felt that. I learned to accept that Nintendo has a huge fan base and it's just too hard to tell everyone to stop consuming their products. It's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, for sure. I'm definitely not, but I'm also not trying to like, okay, I guess it's twofold. I don't want, especially when I noticed that there were people like there was a friend that we have that ended up getting a Switch 2, and we were just like, oh man, you got a Switch 2. But like we also recognize like a lot of people an okay day can go really bad really fast, and we never want to be a reason why someone's gonna have a bad day. And like berating someone or like morally like lashing them for like, oh, so you don't like capitalism, but yet you participate in capitalism. Like, I don't know. It feels like there's a certain amount of like having a constructive conversation about it, or even acknowledging it, and then there's the point of like basically bullying someone, especially if you have a familiar relationship with the person, because you know you can influence how people behave and stuff like that. And sometimes that passive energy can erode relationships, I've noticed. And I know a lot of people have this sense of leftists being overly moralistic and like against fun. And I think that has been like a very like Puritan and sort of optics focused mindset, and I don't always think that optics equal like morality, right? And we can have like nuanced conversations, but I think that the average person, I'm not going to lambast too much, but like someone like with a huge audience who has like a lot of sway and may have a lot more wiggle room, I'm probably going to be a lot more critical of. Though at the same time, we aren't exactly trying to just name drop a bunch of people and be like, these people are bad and they should never play Nintendo games on their stream. Like, if nothing else, that shit is petty. However, I do like educating people and navigating the murky waters that we navigate for ourselves. And so this topic isn't so much to tell you what you should and shouldn't buy, but to acknowledge the peaks and valleys of navigating it better. Because, I don't know, I feel like I'm on a white water raft with my legs dangling, and I'm hitting a bunch of rocks, and I don't know if I can feel my toes. A series of anti-consumer practices and a lack of worthy titles making Nintendo lose its core gamer base? Backdash. October 24th, 2025. Increased discontent among Nintendo's core followers is building up. The once celebrated gaming giant for its family-friendly charm and innovative gameplay is now facing increased criticism. The longtime fans are now questioning the direction of the company, pointing to a series of Nintendo-made controversial business decisions and a perceived drought of some must-play games. There is an unease amongst Nintendo fans. It has sparked a critical question about the future of the company. and also its relationship with players, who helped to build up its legacy. Not to mention the sentiment that Nintendo is taking its loyal fans for granted is now becoming harder to ignore. Why is Nintendo losing its core gamer base? While there are many frustration points for users of the console, there are many key ones that give a clear idea of how Nintendo is shifting away from players to profit. Nintendo's fragmented pricing low is the new era for expensive play. Financial barrier to entry is having a complete Nintendo experience has recently skyrocketed. Oh my god, this is so bad. Is this written by AI? Oh my god, I fucking hate this. We're gonna jump to the bullet points, because I didn't read all the way through this as we were getting our notes, but it is I don't know, is it just me or is this read weird? I will say that Nintendo's pricing has been really bad. A lot of people were like, yo, the new Mario Kart is the first like AAA game to really cement the new price point, and Nintendo kind of leading that gives permission to the other like big companies to do that as well, and that's kind of fucked up. Of course, we were like, well, someone was gonna do it eventually. Probably would have taken longer. Maybe it would have been fragmented. Maybe it would have been piecemeal. Maybe no one would have fully committed to it. They would have just pushed their toe out for certain titles, like a lot of people were expecting or are expecting for the new GTA game, which is another thing that we could have mentioned. I didn't even think about that one. Fuck. Yeah, the new GTA game, they fucking had massive layoffs, a lot of the team. And that was a pretty big deal, so it's getting pushed back. And I believe the layoffs, people contend whether the layoffs were always going to happen or if it was in response to them trying to get like worker protections, like unionize. But a lot of people were trying to unionize. So it sounds like union busting. It is feel weird when we see people talking about like the newest hype Nintendo games and seeing like the Nintendo cycle of like a controversy and then like a perfectly timed big game release or announcement. I know GTA 6 is gonna sell despite Rockstar being a total nightmare when it comes to development. It's awful that the company is known for being out to bring out video games that can make you think about their artistic value, while at the same time, it's still a business that wants to make money anyhow. I am someone who loves GTA and I want GTA 6 to be great, but the employees at Rockstar deserve so much better. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, back when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out and they were talking about they went through so much trouble to get like realistic horse testicle shrinkage, and it's just like the flats of that on its face is like headline worthy, right? And it did get like Game of the Year that year, right? I highly doubt that's why, but like I think that the bigger budgets of video games definitely reflect how they are trying to flex realism and like, you know, lighting, weather effects, and focus a lot on the technology and the fidelity, and artistry and art is there and it's part of that, but also there's a pursuit of like, it's like bigger number but visually, I don't know how else to like frame it, but it definitely seems like a lot of games, especially the Rockstar has put out or wants to put out, shit, I would say Capcom too, like with the new Monster Hunter, that there's a chase of like very, very, very high fidelity and like huge processing requirements, and like this sort of cutting edge excellence that has become like almost a brand genre in and of itself, like a prestige game, like a prestige film. And even like something like Horizon Zero Dawn, which I absolutely love, by the way, feels just so like, I wonder how it would be if some of the resources that went towards fidelity and this graphical powerhouse could have been in different directions and allow people to not, you know, sleep under their desks. And it's a real fucking shame. But it's also really easy to divorce the context of how something was made from your like experience, especially your sense experience of whatever this thing is. And especially as art, there's that extra value of like, this speaks to me and this says something and it connects me to a person or the people that made it. And like, and I think there's especially that love of loving something that you know you love and appreciate despite the fact that like companies like threw it out and don't see any value in it. Like something like movies like The Black Cauldron, for example. Stuff that that companies like Disney like would rather bury a lot of the time and are like total failures, or even things that get sort of sabotaged. You know, it's hard to see when like passion is in a project and then the company that is basically like owns the IP sort of like throws a bunch of shit at it and ruins or rather decides, oh, this didn't make enough money to satisfy investors or whatever, so we're not gonna keep pursuing this thing. And just leaning towards bigger and bigger budgets and bigger and bigger cash cows has been exceedingly expensive and damaging to people. Nintendo has introduced a paywall, not content more. To get the Megastones for Duplarats, Chestnut, and Greninja, you will need a Nintendo Switch Online subscription. The Megastones will be available exclusively as rewards for the online ranked battles mode. Oh wow. I mean, I knew they're eventually gonna have DLC for the new Pokemon game, but I see. It's really interesting how Nintendo has gone about their like online stuff, because you know, a lot of people, myself included, blame Microsoft and Xbox for normalizing paid online subscriptions for consoles, because you already have to pay an internet service provider to play games online, because that's how your internet works. And then having to pay another company on top of that when you already bought their game kind of sucks. And actually, especially as we leaned more into PC gaming, we stopped paying for like our PlayStation Plus, because it was hard to justify paying for it when we weren't playing it that much. But then as a consequence, we lost a lot of our save data because it wasn't like in the cloud, and we lost access to it. And it felt really sucky, and it made us feel even more estranged from our console. But Nintendo was the holdout for so long, and like in terms of like having emulated versions of their games, like with the Virtual Console and the Wii. Like there was a time when Nintendo felt like the sort of like the the good cop, I guess, you know. And I think that this article, I think part of why we had wanted to use it was because we also noticed that I don't think it's on this browser, but on our other browser, we had like Shimigami eyes on, and we could see like some of the different people quoted, and you'll see soon that one person is just super infamous for being like a fucking like a right-wing culture vulture, right? And it's like increasingly in terms of criticizing video game companies, I have noticed that a lot of like right-wingers are also criticizing video game companies. And you know, I guess there's that Lord of the Ring meme where it's like, oh yeah, I never thought I'd be fighting side by side with you. But honestly, some of them are just kind of like shanking you while you're standing there. So that's not fun. Um, the enemy of my enemy is certainly not my friend. Um, but it's been interesting to see how the overtone window has also shifted, because in the terms of the constellation of like what you would assume that like having certain opinions would lead you to believe about someone's beliefs is becoming increasingly muddled because, well, I guess some right-wingers are actually becoming populist, but they're still sort of bigots. Populism for me, but not for thee, I guess. Um, I thought this one was interesting. I completely understand the disappointment of folks who wanted a single player only title. For me, it's a triple paywall of buying a Switch 2, the Dust Bloods, and then Nintendo's online subscription service. That's a steep price. Creatively, I'm all for it. Money wise, oof. This is an interesting vector. I've seen some, especially like content creators, when they talk about criticizing like Nintendo for stuff that they've done, they're like having to front load with, I can afford the Switch 2 if I want it, I'm not just complaining because I'm poor. Because it's kind of fucked up that that's like a normal thing that happens where someone's just like, oh, you're just complaining because you can't get it, you know? And I think it's really gross. You know, but I do recognize that like a large swath of people who are not playing, who are interested or like games and shit, who aren't playing the Switch 2, are people who can't justify the price. And I think that's reasonable. I think that that's part of it too. But also, I think to mention, not everyone who is criticizing it for like their side's culture points. I mean, it also just sucks to see. It sucks to see like sort of a merchant of childhood. I mean, Nintendo and Disney both, honestly, just sort of really shit down the mouths of like the people that love the art that they own. I'm tired of seeing these companies create it. They're the fucking landlords of it. Interesting to see the budget, the apparent budget of Pokemon compared to Last of Us 2, Call of Duty, Spider-Man 2, Cyberpunk 2077. These are other than Black Ops. I would say every game here I've heard lots of great things about. It's funny because ZA Legends I do hear has a decent amount of bugs, and there's like a lot of things that feel like plain about like the environment and stuff, but that like a lot of people are really enjoying it, and I would deign to think that maybe I would also enjoy it. But I think that there is something to say about like the ways that we criticize things and recognize them as bad, but not use it as a cudgel against others. Because I don't want to say I am better than a person who like bought Cyberpunk 2077 on the first day, thinking that it was okay everything that happened. Because it does feel to some degree like, oh yes, I heard about this thing, and I'm basically rewarding the company by buying it day one. Like, there's definitely a vector for maybe not lashing others, but definitely patting yourself on the back for some feeling of like doing better than others. Oh, and then they're talking about the fucking Pokemon, patent that failed, that didn't go through. Like, thank goodness. But the fact that Nintendo even tried is sort of like, I think it's sort of a Rubicon for me, at least. I mean, in so many ways, they've been so bad. How they put people in debt, like for pirating their games, or for running ROM hack sites, like fan games, people who for free make their music available like on YouTube. They have been so ferocious about their IP that it has been obvious that they care about the IP, and they don't care about the art. They don't care about the people, and they front saying that they do because it's part of their business image. And has never been more obvious. And it feels weird because I could have even, for the conversation we had, pull up a whole thing about Power World, because in terms of like, say, talking about problematic stuff in games, the CEO of Pocket Pair is like AI positive and has like helped development on a game that did use AI, although people say that it doesn't have AI. Power World, and developers on the game still to this day say it doesn't. I remember when Power World came out, in my little furry leftist enclave, one of the like Discord servers I was in, I remember us all snickering, being like, oh man, all those fools buying Power World without any love for like actual artists. I'm not gonna support Power World. Maybe I'll arg, but like, nah, I don't want to ever give Pocket Pair money. That's so weird. Despite the fact that we've never confirmed that it has AI in it. Now, I do think that as a business strategy, that's actually better if the more you can make it vague, whether the component of your pipeline that is fucked up is fucked up, if you can obscure it, all the better, honestly, from a business perspective. But you got to remember, a business perspective is not moral. Well, the morality is the end game, the money. The ends justify the means in that case, but that's not the morality that we work under, obviously. So it was interesting to see, at least from this perspective of snickering about Power World being like some shitty thing, which we weren't completely convinced of, but did feel like, in the sense of talking amongst our peers in a space where we all love video games and we're all, queer leftist furries that like defending Power World when we were already kind of feeling put out by the fact that Power World even had the controversy of maybe having AI in the first place, when we were like big like Monster Tamer fans and we're like rooting for it to be the bane in Nintendo's side, and then it was. And then we felt like it would be disingenuous to, after having felt all the ways that we did, go, yay, Power World, oh yeah. Because to this day, we still never played Power World. I don't know, I'm not gonna say we owe it to Power World to give it a chance necessarily. But at the same time, I don't want to like burn two ends against the middle. But you can't always be consistent. Sometimes you have to embrace those contradictions too. I just like being aware of that shit. God of War got Game of the Year. I liked Dad of War. I didn't finish it though. Life happened. But Dad of War is not like the old God of Wars, that's for sure. And it does try to reckon with like its old identity. But that fucking budget, oh my god. Ugh. I've never been more happy to be more dependent on Steam. Valve isn't perfect, but goddamn, they know how to sell without coming off as a greedy company. I mean, I know a lot of people who fucking glaze Valve, especially right now. Of course, when Gabe is no longer running it, I think that it will not be as fun. And we probably will have less positive things to say about Valve. But until then, yay! An embarrassing failure of the US patent system. Video game IP lawyer says Nintendo's latest patents on Nintendo mechanics should not have happened, full stop. Yeah, it seemed like it was like a total greedy move and really fucked up. I'm gonna close this garbage fucking article. Thanks for some bullet points for me to talk about, I guess. This is just an overview of what ended up happening. When the Switch 2 came out, even though people were very much on the internet vocally talking about how they wanted to push against the Switch 2. The internet hated Switch 2, consumers bought it anyway. Online gamers declared Switch 2 anti-consumer. In reality, no one cared. With Nintendo charging $450 for the new device and up to $80 for some games, influencers and TikTokers took their accounts to warn it was too expensive. Across social media, others decried how new terms of service gave the Japanese firm the ability to remotely disable the latest machine if they detected unauthorized activity. Many games sold in physical packages were, they complained, glorified download codes. Anyone expecting the backlash to dent sales was disappointed. The Switch 2 was not only Nintendo's best-selling device ever, it has become the fastest-selling games console of all time, with 3.5 million units snapped up in the first 4 days alone. Shares have hit record highs. Now this reads like a fucking person wrote it. Fucking Christ. Ugh, finally some good fucking food. But I remember I was mentioning being like at the edges of society or whatever. It still stings a little bit, but we are starting to not feel so weird about like the fact that our behavior sometimes doesn't map on to like the general population in a lot of ways that we might expect, or the general population in certain demographics rather. Going from when the Switch 1 came out, waiting in line after, or no, right before going to work that same day, like waking up at like like 3 a.m. or something to be in line till like 6 or 7 a.m. and then go to work at 9 a.m. Not able to actually open another plate until getting off of work at like 7 or 8. And also knowing won't be able to eat for a couple of weeks unless people give us food. Because obviously we couldn't afford Switch 2 without making Switch 1 without making sacrifices. Going from that to the Switch 2 coming out and being like, I'm not buying that. Eat my entire ass. Feels weird. But, you know, the world changes and you change. And I think there's also workarounds. Like I remember people talking about like how they want to play stuff but also want to mitigate stuff. Obviously people talk about the high seas. I heard people talking about, well, if I buy a Switch 2 secondhand, then it's not giving Nintendo money. If you have to do if you start doing the online, of course you're paying Nintendo money. But everyone makes their own choices, and I think it's valid to think about like I guess how much weight you're putting into it, because a lot of people may lean one way or the other. Like we used to, or sorry, I should say, a lot of people lean towards one like service or one avenue of gaming. Like some people like play their Switch religiously. It's like the main thing that they play. For us, it's Steam. You know, some people have like a Steam Deck and whatnot. So if they've already like sort of bought into the thing, they're gonna have a harder time pulling out, as it were. Like if Switch goes, if Steam goes sideways, like I said, like if Gabe Newell like dies or like, you know, he leaves the company or retires or something, and everything changes, and you know they really lean into these are just licenses, you don't own these fucking games. It's gonna be really hard to talk about and navigate alternatives. I mean, shit, going into Linux felt the same way. Of like, you know, how you say, not disadvantaging, like decentralizing yourself and disrupting yourself by like going outside of the normal framework of like computer operation, not having Windows or like a Mac OS. You know, Linux going open source, something that's not as supported, something that is very much like not streamlined in the way that these big corporate conveniency vendors honestly operate. I'm getting more used to being the weird one in that regard. But it's still a lot to get used to, especially as it makes things possibly more tedious and definitely less convenient. Embrace inconvenience, I suppose one might say. Oh yeah, there's also that Steam bots thing coming out. Yeah, I really hope those new Steam hardware stuff ends up good. I'm kind of thinking about replacing my PC with a Steam machine, not gonna lie, because I don't want to use Windows anymore, lol. I had my mom buy the Switch 1 and Breath of Fire while I was in, Breath of the Wild. You know where my brain's at, Breath of Fire. Breath of the Wild while I was in school, and I couldn't play it until I got home. Literally the day it launched too. That's such a mood. That's such a mood. I mean, the Switch really did like Nintendo has done in the past, like change the trajectory of gaming, especially hardware wise. Like I definitely think the Switch walked so the Steam Deck could run. Separating the signal of genuine customer sentiment from the noise of the most terminally online is a challenge. Early feedback can often be useful. Sony Group Corp changed the design of the original Boomerang PlayStation 3 controller after online mockery. Nintendo itself should have responded quicker to complaints about broken original Switch controllers. But frequently, digital conversation is divorced from the actual consumer behavior. Consider how, as smartphones grew larger during the 2010s, online users demanded the smaller devices that could be easily used with one hand, something Steve Jobs had championed before his death. But when Apple finally responded with the iPhone mini in 2020, those users simply didn't show in large numbers and it was discontinued in 2023. Having coined the slogan, "Think Different," Apple is used to facing down fuss, from its removal to the MacBook disk drives to abandoning the headphone jack. Nonetheless, in the noise, there is sometimes signal. The firm ignored the iPhone for an antenna gate issue for much too long and was forced into an embarrassing climb down. Oh gosh, I need more water. It's also increasingly hard to isolate genuine fan engagement from click-chasing rage bait. Online avenue sharing creates incentive for insincere actors to generate controversy, but often matters little to the wider public. There is much ink spilled and calls for boycotts ahead of the launch of Warner Bros. Discovery's Harry Potter game, Hogwarts Legacy. That is also a big culture war touch point. But we'll round back over to that after. There was much ink spills and calls for boycotts ahead of launch of Warner Bros. Discovery Harry Potter game Hogwarts Legacy, owing to author J.K. Rowling's views on gender and trans issues. None of that stopped it from becoming one of the most best-selling games of all time. Meanwhile, the right-leaning activists have led backlashes over Sony's The Last of Us 2, the cry for inclusive changes from the first game, including a lesbian protagonist and transgender character, and Ubisoft Entertainment's Assassin's Creed Shadows due to its choice of a black samurai hero that have had little sales impact. It's interesting to compare those two games to the Hogwarts Legacy thing, because the Hogwarts Legacy, as I understand it, well, it's anti-Semitic because of its inclusion of goblins and its literally making them fighting for their rights, framing them as villains. I mean, I don't think it's Black Panther Killmonger coded in like the cool way either, but it does apparently acknowledge that the thing that the goblin want is like freedom, and like that's kind of weird. But there's like a trans character in Hogwarts Legacy. Apparently the game lets you be trans. Actually, the developers specifically went out of their way to go, oh yeah, no, like this game is divorced from J.K. Rowling's beliefs. The thing about Hogwarts Legacy is that it actively funds trans genocide. However, if you want to dig deeper into the nuance, one of the main developers, the director of the game, was actually a white supremacist, and probably had a lot to do. Sorry, allegedly, and had a lot to do with some of the broader strokes of those fucked up things I mentioned about the story of the game. And I think it also speaks to not an isolated occurrence of a game existing in a problematic context, but rather the impact of that context. Because on one hand, Hogwarts Legacy funds transgenocide. Okay, I guess someone could also argue that The Last of Us 2 could potentially have helped fund Zionism because Neil Druckmann is definitely on the side of Israel, it seems. But if we suspend that for a moment, we can definitely say that like there aren't political causes literally being supported by those games, or at the very least not the ones that they labeled as being in concert with. Like, Ubisoft isn't giving money to Black Lives Matter that they get from Assassin's Creed. You know? The Last of Us 2 isn't giving money to the Trevor Project, as far as I know. So I feel like conflating the Wizard game, the fucking the fucking Wizard game with these other games is I understand the similarity of culture war objects, but beyond that, I feel that there is a lot lost in talking about them in the same breath without unpacking it. Though maybe they'll unpack it. I don't think they will, because this article isn't that long. I confirm, I played the game legally. Knowing who to ignore isn't just a tech issue. Oh yeah, wait, sorry. I also want to say, I think that the success of these games in particular has to do not even necessarily with how the chips fell with their position on the culture war. I think it has to do with them being cultural objects from massive IPs, from massive companies with massive resources and massive budgets and publicity. Not a lot of people who know about pop culture don't know what Harry Potter is. Not as many people know about The Last of Us 2, I'm sure, but especially the Last of Us brand is very common now, especially with the, what was it, like an HBO live action series? Like, it is prestige television as well as a prestige video game. And there's more Assassin's Creed games than I can count. There's more Assassin's Creed games than there are Final Fantasy games, I'm pretty sure at this point, or at least mainline Final Fantasy games. Like, if you include every ancillary Final Fantasy game, they still probably got them beat. But Assassin's Creed is so deep in the weeds that it would take a lot for a game not to sell really well day one. Even if its premise was less, I guess, liberal-leaningly positive. Because it's not as though Assassin's Creed has not dabbled in the aesthetics of social justice before. There's, like, you can be a lesbian and also have a non-binary partner in at least one of the Assassin's Creed games. I think literally the one before the most recent one, the one that had to do with like Spartans and stuff, I think, or maybe it was one before that, because there's also like an Egyptian one, so I forget which one comes what order. There's so many Assassin's Creed games, I need you to understand. So I think it has to do. I think their success has a lot to do with all the power behind those names and those IPs, which is also like how companies get away with going one way or the other and it not necessarily mattering, and especially with people's willingness to um, flatten politics as much as possible to justify their treat, you know, it makes sense that people are still like getting things in droves, even if they know in advance that there is something fucked up about it. And of course, there are tiers of things. I mean, because I don't buy Ubisoft games, for example. Generally, I try to avoid it. Ubisoft had like a lot of worker abuse allegations, and they did the thing where it's like, oh, I looked into the abuse allegations and I have seen no wrongdoing, you know, that sort of thing. Stephanie Sterling covered it to some degree before, but there were a lot of like people like harassed and like sexually abused allegedly, and oh boy, it became a big thing in like talking about video game morality, to talk about stuff that happened like at like Activision and Ubisoft. So like there are layers. It's like an onion. Funny thing is, Hogwarts Legacy as a game was mid as hell anyways. It allows a lot of open world game tropes, false into being an immersive action RPG game, as well committing the sin of being boring. I mean, to anyone used to the genre conventions, I'm sure it's like a dime a dozen. I think in terms of like the Harry Potter fan base is definitely like one of those things where it's like, okay, it's passable. Oh, I get to fulfill my my dreams of being the thing. You know, like someone getting into Star Wars shit. Like there's like that cultural identity part of it too. And I think that that's why Hogwarts Legacy was so successful commercially. Certainly not because of it being a good or innovative game. But it's also easier to hand wave it when it's not a good game. As we'll see with other things, it becomes a little more complicated when the game is actually good. Or at the very least, maybe not more complicated, but harder to swallow. Knowing who to ignore isn't just a tech issue. A growing theory among those on the political left posits that the movement's failure to stop the election of US President Donald Trump could be due to ideological capture by overly active online voices on the fringes, leading politicians to focus on the niche concerns of little interest to the majority of voters. Of course, the online issues can end up being important. The backlash to faded social network Tumblr's decision to eliminate the adult content preceded a decline in popularity that saw it sold for a fraction of the $1.1 billion it cost in 2013. The Me Too movement emerged from the testimony shared over social media to become a worldwide phenomenon. Indeed, much of the success of the Switch itself comes from Nintendo's responding to gamers' complaints about its predecessor, the Wii U. But consumers often simply don't know what they want. Henry Ford may not have actually said that if he'd asked people what they had wanted. They would have said faster horse. Henry Ford may not have actually said that if he'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. But it's nonetheless true that users will say one thing when they reveal preferences show otherwise. Social media is acclimated as the ghost town square, where grand ideas are debated and exchanged. But in reality, it's often more like a crowded bar, where the loudest voice usually isn't the one you should pay attention to. I think this is sort of overly pessimistic, though I think that there is truth in the sense that how the internet responds may not be reflective of how people in flesh-based respond, but that's also because different things are at play there. Because, for example, you can get a Switch 2 and like not tell anyone about it. Your friends will probably know if you know, friend them on Nintendo or something, right? But like if you live with someone, they'll probably see you walking around the house with it. There is a nature of like the anonymity of the internet that also allows you to, well, to some degree, to speak more freely. And there's also a thing in flesh-based with like being polite in certain circumstances where like the social fabric is sort of like a mild-mannered one, and so to be as rude and openly aggressive as one is expected to be and as normalized to be on the internet, especially right now, is actually really aggressive in flesh-based. And I think like intellectual criticism is more likely to happen in an online environment for a thing like that than for someone to like be walking around Target and seeing you put a Switch 2 in your cart and say, did you know that the Switch 2 has a lot of anti-consumer practices? Oh, and they put a guy into debt slavery for the rest of his life? Yeah, that doesn't happen that much. And if it does, that person is considered to be really weird and rude, you know? So, I have a chart. I guess I consider it a chart. So, right, we're talking about morality in video games. I did Pokemon, but I could have just said, but I guess I'm just saying the Switch 2 in general. So, we're out here with this. I even have the prices of these games up. I don't know if folks already know about some of the stuff I may be talking about, but if you know anything about the games that I have up here, then you may guess what I might say about them. I've already been talking to them for about an hour. I don't want to go beyond 2 hours for this presentation. I want it to be, well, I guess it's not short and sweet. I don't even know if I'm fully making sense, but I'm trying. Yeah. ArcRare's usage of AI? Yes. Good job. You're a clever cookie. I need these to be smaller. Yeah, I'm in my element again. I love these presentations. Well, we've been starting to call them lectures when we talk about it on Blue Sky. I think particularly like with a patent. That Nintendo really showed their ass. So we have some. So we have some. We have some sense of this, right? I won't berate that too much. So let's see. We're gonna move over to Arc Raiders. It's interesting to see. This is the highest. This is the highest price thing on this list, and probably out of any game on here, will have made the most money. But of course, it is the only franchise game on this list. So let's move over to Arc Raiders, which is a first-person extraction shooter. Let's talk about that. Thank you, Game Rant. Frustrating irony of Arc Raiders' use, AI use explained. I put 45 hours into Arc Raiders since its launch, and like many online, I keep coming back to the same uncomfortable thought. This game about man versus machine feels increasingly compromised by the machines used to create it. The contradiction hit me hardest during a conversation with a trader. I had just extracted from a successful harvester raid from a squad of 2 others. I even managed to finish one of Arc Raiders' mini quests. Laughing about it in voice chat, I then clicked on Celeste, Arc Raiders' basic material merchant. The flat, banal voice that responded on the turned-in quest felt inspired, as if it was draining me of the joy I was coasting on. That's when the current online debate surrounding Arc Raiders' use of generative AI began to make more sense to me. What Arc Raiders actually does with AI. For context, Arc Raiders uses 2 distinct AI technologies, and that's notable because conflating them muddies the conversation. The first is reinforcement learning for enemy and animations. In a Medium article, Tom Solberg, a member of the developer Embark Machine Learning team, likens training AI tooled assets to teaching a dog tricks. The Arc AI gets positive feedback for realistic movement patterns and eventually learns to react dramatically to terrain and players. The second in Arc Raiders text-to-speech TTS voices, trained on recordings of real voice actors. Embark claims this allows it to implement new dialogue quickly, creating voice lines in hours instead of scheduling recording sessions and hiring performers. The actors were reportedly paid and gave their consent to have their voices used in the game in this way, but still, it's where things get messy. I think that it's some of the points too is the normalization of these technologies and the normalization of folks having to give their voices, and it may reach a point where like there's companies that basically only hire people who are willing to give their voices to these sound banks, or they don't get anyone at all, and so there'll be like projects that are compromised, and then they'll probably be like, as we're seeing increasingly for some indie developers, putting like a seal of saying, hey, I didn't use AI in this game. So we're probably going to see more of that on the indie side, and a lot more muddled shit on the AAA side. And just outright being like, no, this is great actually. Because, for example, I had talked about how we felt icky after doing like a certain sponsorship that we did like years ago. We consented. No one put a gun to our head. Except for capitalism and homelessness. So, I mean, it's like, it's a job and I have to get paid. And I'm trying to get paid also. And knowing that if you say no, then more than likely, they'll just get someone else. Kind of put you in a bad position. It's compromising. And certainly doesn't justify that it's okay. The implementation of AI is okay because the people consented. Spend time on ads and you'll find two camps of Arc Raiders players forming. One side argues that this is ethical AI use because actors consented and were compensated. They note on the limited role of NPC voices and suggest that outrage is overblown for such a minor feature. The other side sees a dangerous precedent, and they ask questions I find myself unable to answer cleanly. Can you really call it consent when refusing means losing a chance at a job? More troublingly, what happens when this idea spreads to bigger studios with less restraint? While I've tried to land decidedly in one camp, I find myself wavering. The game is exceptional. The AI voices are, frankly, not relevant to why I keep playing. Still, every time I hear one, I am reminded of the performance I've seen denied, the line of work at risk, and the horrible irony of it all. Arc Raiders' cardinal sin, irony. I think this article has been pretty succinct so far. Really useful. The only thing I know about the game is that it's popular. The game uses AI, but the people who it uses have been paid for their voices and are paid for its use. It's like the most ethical use of AI out there. That's what I know about it, at least. I mean, I still don't find AI use ethical in the sense that there's the ecological component that has not been solved. Data centers use up a lot of electricity, increasing energy needs, pollutes water, especially in marginalized communities. Like AI models, stuff made through AI is generally coming from energy from fucked up places as well. And I guess it's like most ethical. It is a scale. I will give you that, obviously. But that's interesting in our conversation and what I wanted to highlight, because you know we went to Nintendo and seen that a lot of people were okay with the moral feelings of Nintendo as long as they make a good game. And in this case, it's like, well, they did the best they could with this problematic thing, at least. And at least it's unobtrusive enough that I can mostly ignore it while playing, because that's another avenue of it. Putting it into a work pipeline that allows consumers to sort of hand wave the inclusion easily while still saving you money. I'm not the first to notice the most frustrating contradiction of all this, but it bears iterating. Oh, I mean, I also want to point out the person who wrote this article, the person who's criticizing it too, is also an Arc Raiders player. You know, it's good to have these conversations. It's not black and white, and I'm definitely not gonna stop being someone's friend because they play Arc Raiders. I'm not the first to notice the frustrating contradiction of all this. It bears reiterating. Arc Raiders' entire premise is humankind fighting back against machines. Players ascend into a world where lifeless, unfeeling robots have driven people underground and are forcing survivors to fight for scrap. The whole thematic core of the thing is human resilience in the face of mechanical replacement. Then you meet a trader whose voice has been trained and generated from a selection of humans more qualified for the job. It isn't a subtle irony, it's even a clever meta-commentary. Is it though? I think... I feel like it's a meta tension. It's just there, seemingly unexamined by the developers. Yeah, if it's seemingly unexamined by the developers, I wouldn't call it Oh, sorry, I skipped a word. It's not even a clever meta commentary. It's just there, seemingly unexamined by the developers. Embark built a game about mechanics replacing humans. Oh, sorry, machines replacing humans, and use machines to replace humans to do it. It's borderline embarrassing, and the cynic in me worries Embark knew it and shipped it anyway. Well, I mean, you are talking about it, and in a way, you know, there's the any publicity is good publicity. Because at the end of the day, if you look at this as this is sort of an endorsement of, hey, it has AI, but it's really good, and it kind of sucks and is glaring to see, but honestly, if you just turn the volume all the way down, you won't even notice. Critics have noted it, but what makes it even more painful is that Arc Raiders' best moments come from the human element. What makes Arc Raiders special is the emergent human comedy and drama that unfolds when people play together. While it's the soul of most multiplayer games, it's an unbelievable rarity in cutthroat extraction shooters. So when Embark Studios uses cost-saving synthesized voices to land with a thud next to a human expression, they're making an ethical compromise and undermining the very thing that sets their game apart. The industry's context, Arc debaters can't ignore. I mean, the game that this year was supposed to be the biggest extraction shooter ended up being pedigreed on stolen art. Not even in an AI way. So I mean, like, it is interesting to think about where it's like the art aesthetic from it was a Bungie game. And it was like specifically from one artist, but like with the voices, we know exactly whose voices were used. So it is interesting to think about that, as opposed to in most situations where the use of AI makes it so that like you can't easily source exactly who was stolen from. Or I guess who was used as source data, because I mean, in the case of the voice actors, they weren't stolen from; they were paid. But you know, the guy who drew the Nike swoosh was paid like $100. Hardly seems fair. Wilson called AI the core of EA's business? That's it, Arc Raiders doesn't exist in a vacuum. EA CEO Andrew Wilson called AI EA's business. God. Oh my god, I hate letters. EA CEO Andrew Wilson called AI the core of EA's business. Dead Space creator Glenn Sheffield delayed plans to partially fix the industry through the use of generative AI. Now, Jungwon Lee, CEO of Arc Raiders' publisher Netson, stated that he believes, quote, every game company is now using AI, and championing its potential for improving the efficiency of game making. I hate that. I hate that so much. Marathon. Thank you. I don't know why it slipped my mind. I wasn't super excited for it, but I was really sad to see it. How things turned out. I should have gave up on Fortnite when they added the Cybertruck. Oh, I know a lot of people were ditching Fortnite right now because they added characters from Harry Potter. And I think that Fortnite sort of has its built-in justification of, Well, like, we have all the biggest things. How do you expect us to not have Harry Potter characters? We have Family Guy characters. The fact that they had restraint and don't let you play as Martin Luther King surprised the shit out of me, honestly. I thought they were gonna let you have Martin Luther King kill Thanos, as the world was begging. But no. They haven't, but they might. They might go back. They may renege. Oh no. Funny because it's double entendre because it's a poker term. Oh man. The rare fluff bite and word usage. Even a few ethical AI voices risk normalization. Those who see this criticism as making the mountain of a molehill must understand that this is precisely how normalization works. It's just background NPCs today, but tomorrow another line will be crossed because now audiences have accepted the principle. Yeah, just like with horse armor, same fucking thing. The lesson studios will learn about Arc Raiders isn't use AI responsibly in limited and tasteful contexts. Arc Raiders is proof that customers accept AI if the game is fun enough. Arc Raiders is proof that customers accept AI if the game is fun enough. Sorry, I had to repeat that for emphasis. Every player who downloads it, myself included, contributes to that proof. That's the frustrating part. The game is fun enough, and I keep playing it. I'm part of the problem I'm describing. I don't think that means Arc Raiders should be boycotted or that enjoying it makes me or anyone else complicit in some moral failing. Art and merits are complicated, and few of us can afford to make purely ethical entertainment choices, or can even do so at all. We should, however, be honest about what's happening. But that's the rub. Like, I don't know, it feels... Has anyone seen BoJack Horseman? BoJack Horseman's problem is sort of predicated on the fact that it's sort of like that thing where it's like, oh, the first step to getting better is understanding that you have a problem. Because he kind of like goes on the first step, and then he goes, oh no, I suck so much, I know about my problem, I'm so consumed by it, I'm doomed to it, ah! And then you sort of just goes back around to sort of burying or sort of repressing the problem before rediscovering it, or sorry, re-acknowledging it and going, oh, now I understand. But then, of course, the cycle begins again. If not, it's just stagnation. And so, like, we will perpetually be facing a, I think we'll be perpetually facing a, escalation. I feel like we'll be facing an escalation of these forces, of these moral failings of companies, of them edging what is acceptable and testing the waters, and them normalizing a thing until it is just what we all sort of tentatively accept. As we continue to just, well, only care about the ends and not the means. But I also think there's like the consequences of the nature of the problem that we're in is a consequence of other things. And one thing I do want to get into is the inclination of trying to police or judge others' consumption habits to the point of like hurting them. Because I think that it's really easy as leftists to go, oh, this person plays Arc Raiders. They're not they're not they're not invited to the cookout, essentially. But I do think that someone who is sort of completely ambivalent is someone completely ambivalent who isn't ignorant and just goes, I don't care, is like sort of being really real, because a lot of people, myself included, feel as though we need to have a justifiable reason if someone ever confronts us about it. And I think that as much as I hate it, it is interesting to see when someone just goes sort of, I'm not gonna lose any sleep over it. But I haven't really experienced that in the sense of having like a vulnerable conversation. I'm more used to hearing those responses in the context of someone who is like sort of trying to be coarse, you know, maybe trying to get a reaction. And I know it can also come from a sort of morality fatigue as well. Games are collaborative artworks that sometimes involve hundreds of or thousands of artists working toward a shared vision. When they succeed, they deserve celebration. And Arc Raider succeeds in many ways. Successful games set precedents, though, so they warrant more scrutiny. They show other studios what's possible and profitable, as well as what audiences will tolerate. Arc Raiders had the opportunity to be an unqualified triumph, but instead, it all comes from an asterisk as a cautionary tale about how easily we can accept the thing we're supposedly fighting against, as long as the fight itself is entertaining enough. I'll probably keep playing, but that doesn't preclude me from recognizing Arc Raiders' grand contradiction. I won't stop pointing it out. Letting good enough silence legitimate concerns is little more than letting the industry that participates are negotiable as long as the game is fun. It sucks to feel so hollow though, because my gosh, it's just like, well, as far as capital is concerned, not only did you play the game, are playing the game, and did pay for the game, you are also talking about the game. And shit, I'm talking about the game now too. Someone might watch my stream and go, you know what? Arc Raider sounds really fun. I love extraction shooters, actually. Well, at least they made an informed decision, I guess. I say yes because I know they'll add in Harry Potter. It's inevitable. Oh, I mentioned Harry Potter. Oh, sorry. I mentioned you mentioned Fortnite, and I mentioned Harry Potter in Fortnite specifically because it's happening. It has already occurred. If they're not in the game already, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have been announced. I'm almost completely sure of that. I've heard people go, "I'm not playing Fortnite anymore because there are wizards in it." Those wizards specifically. I think that it's. I want to put down the meta contradiction part because I think that it's also of note to think about how something can fly in the face. The context of something's production can fly in the face of its message. You know. Cyberpunk 2077, perfect example. Cyberpunk 2077 has a lot of the optics of Cyberpunk without the heart, one might say, of Cyberpunk. Like, it's wearing Cyberpunk skin, one might say. It has like a meta layer contradiction. Like, a big corpo essentially got that game made. And all that stuff I was talking earlier about, like fidelity and big budgets, Cyberpunk is obviously a huge reflection of that. Don't want to forget about that. Alright. We're going to stuff that hurts me in particular now. I have a bone to pick. I have skin in the game. I had skin in the game for Nintendo, sure, but as heartbreaking as it is, I have found myself at least comfortable in not buying a Switch 2 and not buying Pokemon. Arc Raiders is not something I think I would have normally picked up anyway, necessarily. Not to say that I'm against distraction shooters. But at the same time, is more like is ancillarily related to me because I have friends that it hits the feels for, you know? So they'll have, so it's not that I have no context for it, it's just that is the context outside of my niche. So like, say, abstaining from Arc Raiders doesn't take any energy from me, really. Abstaining from Pokemon or Nintendo shit is an active choice that I have to reaffirm and even expect to not be able to keep up 100%, you know? Like, we want to get like a Nintendo subscription for online subscription so we can keep playing Splatoon 3 online, but we sort of told ourselves when they announced Splatoon 4, we're gonna promise to ourselves we don't get it. You know? Although I don't expect the next Splatoon to be even available on the Switch one anyway. Honestly, since Nintendo stopped supporting the 3DS, our goodwill has been plummeting. So it's like Arc Raiders and Nintendo have represented things that we, to some degree, can or do abstain from. And the other side is games that we're either not sure about or have not or do not abstain from. So let's continue. So we've talked about AI shit. We've talked about anti-consumer practices. And now we're gonna talk about fucking transphobia. Although we already mentioned transphobia because of Wizard Game. I will call them Wiz, but that's an insult to piss. Okay, so I don't have an article for this because it's relatively new information, at least as far as the wider internet that cares is concerned. But Peripetia, which is an amazing immersive sim set in cyberpunk Poland, at least one of its major devs is transphobe, doing some transphobic dog whistles. Veteran freelance games critic and PR. So this is someone who talks about video games, like a video game journalist. So this isn't just like a random 2-follower user on Blue Sky. Well, fuck. Revoking any and all Peripetia recommendations, and I wish I could unback it on Kickstarter, based on the very thinly veiled transphobia from the dev. The first one in the screenshots here. I hate this. Acquaintance grabbed these screen caps. I don't know if it's getting purged. Second stage, quote, second stage is people rejecting conspiracy discourse is genuinely hilarious. Got to teach them about Yakub and maybe they'll change their tune. Oh man, getting fucking flashbanged. Cruelty Squad servers full of groom. Cruelty Squad is probably relevant because the Cruelty Squad dev retweeted a mod for Cruelty Squad that allows you to recreate the shooting of a certain Kirk, and right-wingers were furious, of course, and it basically put a target on the Cruelty Squad devs back. I mean, to be fair, there was already a mod of what happened to the United Healthcare CEO. But there were a lot of right-wingers who were actually in support of that event, so it was a lot less divisive, I think. So I don't actually know the Cruelty Squad devs politics, you know, but I think that the upshot of it would someone would assume that they're more left than right, which would probably adhere to the context of just going Cruelty Squad servers full of groomers. Also, people sending in donations asking them to play Perry. The horrors. Basically, every indie darling server is. It's why web fishing Discord had to shut down, which is a lie. Web fishing Discord had to shut down because of the dev getting doxxed, I believe. Such is the fate of popular indie games. It isn't. Only you can prevent community fires. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to say Signalis. Signalis fans are groomers and horrible people that try to inflict/ruin every other community. Cancer. If you see Monster Energy, porn spam, blahage, puppy pilled, Roblox, quote, Gooner, etc. These are always the first decile stages. This is interesting to us because we had joined a server this year that had a very right-wing population that was surprised we were even interested in the associated media of that server to begin with because we were left. And for a while we didn't leave the server while they were talking shit, assuming that we had started, like, you know, I don't know, start having a panic attack and stop looking at the screen, I guess. We sort of were a fly on the wall for them sort of reacting to us and a few of our friends having come into the server thinking we were gonna, you know, talk about a game and have fun and ask questions and, you know, do community things instead of being lambasted for being, you know, queer or a baby fur or, you know, black or something. All those things, actually. And, like, there was this, like, sort of trying to examine our these red flags, or I guess for them, they would consider these things to be dog whistles for trans people or for leftists or whatever, or specifically in our case, or the case of when we joined a very specific server, asking someone if they were a friend of Bluey, so they knew whether or not to call them a pedo or not. So I'm very familiar with this way of talking about things. So this got our heckles up immediately when seeing this. We didn't need someone to editorialize, since they're not talking in very specific terms. And of course, referring to these things in this way gives plausible deniability, and then someone else doubling down on the whole cancer thing, on vermin, a disease, that's high tier fascist shit. I don't know. Cassie doesn't like Xanax or knives or blood or any of those awful things you post with her. She likes reading books, watching Proine and Yaoi, and that's it. As the new annoying users overtake the old user base, it'll be a ton to call people weird for talking about conspiracies or harder topics. Oh, that is also a related thing that came up, I feel like, in that server we had that weird experience in, of them basically mirroring the parable about like Nazi bars becoming Nazi bars because you let one Nazi in and they let their friends in, right? But using that to talk about leftists basically infiltrating and pushing people out of a community that wasn't made for them. It's very insidious. So yeah, also adding a mention that web fishing's controversy that being mentioned here is the web fishing devs were doxxed and pulled their Discord. Also, for a little broader context, Peripatia is a three-person team, two of which have been involved from the start. Ouroboros and Snakeus is the one Snakeus is the one in the screenshots, and the one who joined later to help with engine coding. One huge asshole in a team that small is enough for me to tap out. It's funny / sad when there's about a 50-50 split on responses to this mess. Half are, what the hell, I just assumed Peripatia was trans lesbians, and the other half are, I knew it. The game was made by Chan edgelords, and the game gives off both signals, which honestly implies the former to me. I mean, speaking for myself here, we assumed that there was, queer influences directly in the game, and I guess I think there still are. I think they're just through osmosis, because, I'm gonna go on a limb here and say cyberpunk is inherently a queer aesthetic. And like the queer influences of the genre are undeniable, and even if you try to pick them out meticulously, they'll still be there. And it also interfaces really well with certain modes of queerness, especially when you're pulling from something like Ghost in the Shell. Gosh, they got queerness all over it. Like, especially with the thing that people say about the internet, and like, oh, everyone wants to be an anime girl. If everyone wants to be an anime girl, then there is the optics of WLW relationships for most relationships. So there's also that. What else does Dominic say? I've had a couple of industry people message me saying stuff like, "Oh, you didn't know about the Peripatia devs?" People assume that because I'm a broadly progressive voice that talks about video games, that I'm part of all the industry whisper networks. No, people don't tell me shit. I also admit that I'm wrapped up in actually playing and looking at games that often don't look too deeply at who's making them. Maybe a flaw, but it keeps me sane. I don't dig into community discourse and tend to avoid fandom drama. Let's be real, a lot of it is just complete bullshit. I think that I'm very much like in concert thinking with Dominique, although my where we stand is a little bit different. Like, so we have had this continuous thing of talking about like what different people's standards are, but of course as a community figure, we are, as small as we are, something of a role model, and definitely someone people look to. And Peripatia is a game that is one of our games of the year. And there is a contradiction that we've seen in how some people like talk about when these sort of things happen, where it's like, this game would have been 9 out of 10 for me, but it's a 0 out of 10 because of transphobia. And especially in a situation where the transphobia is not like in the game, or as far as I can tell in the game, or like it is diffused through so many layers of like meta-ness. Like, it is not as though I believe that you can inherently divorce the art from the artist, but it's especially that, like, that sense object of being in it and like breathing this thing, of swimming in the sea of this thing and feeling like you're getting certain vibes, and yeah, reflecting yourself in the thing, and some of it is coming from you and it's bouncing off the thing, and you're having a call and response, especially when it's a video game. And then to find out that one of the people who made that thing exist, like, thinks that you're inherently like cancer, I think that that's enough to put a window of anyone's sales, to make someone want a refund, to make someone want to like delete it from their hard drive and never see it again. But I mean, also, there is a stolen valor there as well that I also want to acknowledge. Sewer Slut is the musician who made the song that is used in the trailer for the game, as a bunch of breakcore artists in the soundtrack. I'm pretty sure a lot of them are trans, maybe even most of them. I wonder how they'll respond when they find out. I wonder if they'll ask them to take their music out. They might. There are there is like fucking incel core, breakcore as well. So I could see the developer reaching out to folks like that to replace it, for example. I am worried for how the game might change, or if the developer might purposely put more like egregious like stuff in it. I mean, because the conspiracy theory culture is definitely a part of Peripatia, like, for sure. And for some people, that sort of thing is a red flag. But I mean, I'm sure that there are like right-wing conspiracy theorists who are into like Don, for example, for similar aesthetical reasons. We try to continue to tell ourselves that interest in a thing does not necessarily denote your politics and morality, and also not just in the way of, oh, it doesn't mean I'm a bad person. Yeah, sure. but also recognizing that, for example, Signalis is about lesbians. The main character is trying to save her girlfriend. Like, some people would technically be flattening it to say this, but to call it sci-fi lesbian Silent Hill 2 in space would not necessarily be far off. However, there are people who like it who are fucking homophobic. I mean, I guess when it comes to the moral component of the problematic nature of art and artistry, there's also the pro-fiction argument that we stand firmly in a lot of places, not just in terms of like depictions of things like how we're in a Lolly show, but say we kind of fell off, but we watched South Park. We're not fucking centrist libertarians, but we do think South Park can be funny. Many contradictions. I mean, as long as we continue to talk about these things and have this conversation, I think that it's valuable. But even in talking about, like, from the arc raiders, how I was talking about arc raiders and our perspective on that, you could easily say, oh, well, it's convenient because you can just acknowledge a thing like BoJack Horseman and then move on. You know? Now, the difference between the Peripetia dev and J.K. Rowling is that, as far as I know, the Peripetia dev is not giving the money they make from the early access or from the Kickstarter to like fund transphobia in Poland. But we were trying to support indie devs, and it was a game that we were looking forward to, and we played the demo several times. So we got it day one, and the game's not that expensive, you know? It was sort of an easy buy. At first I was gonna read some reviews for it, talking about it, but I did notice a lot of people doing the thing that I mentioned, where it's like, oh no, this is a 1 out of 10 now. And using it as a jumping off point to talk about the increase of transphobia, and even people pivoting into their transphobia for the brownie points and the attention of an alt-right fan base, who, for the record, I did notice people during the Hogwarts Legacy upheaval would go, oh, to make the left even angrier, I'm gonna buy more copies than I need. And like, people flexing in that way definitely, I'm sure, inflated those sales. And just like many people, like even say someone like Louis C.K., who pivoted into trying to entertain right-wing audiences after he was canceled, it's like there is that pressure under capitalism to make that pivot, and people often do, because they find it harder to redeem themselves, and they also feel like they'll be showing weakness by apologizing or something like that. I do find that happening quite a bit. Shit, South Park has an episode about that where Eric abused a girlfriend that he had, and then he ends up like finding her going right back into his arms like days after breaking up with him, because people kept being like, oh yeah, seen it a mile away, oh you were so stupid for falling for that person, and feeling embarrassed and humiliated, she ran back into his arms. and was supposed to be like an allegory for like people running back into Trump's arms after being made fun of for voting for him the first time. And I felt like it sort of tried to like justify it in a way, which I didn't like. But I think the standard of sort of rubbing someone's face in their mistakes, especially on the internet, is pretty common. Um, and not that I expect any apologies from the Peripatia devs, although it'll be interesting to see like a divide amongst them. Though if that's the case, then that means whoever has like the most creative control would probably dictate how the game continues. And since they're all sort of intertwined in the sort of money way, I would probably expect, other than maybe the programmer, for them to sort of, if not keep their heads down, try to avoid conflict so they can just finish the game. But who knows? I don't know though. But I do know I'm getting grossed out by it continuing to be profitable to be transphobic. Though this will probably be the opposite because until today, I didn't even know that there was I don't think there's a sizable like anti-woke audience for Peripatia. Like, I have only talked about Peripatia in rooms full of trans women. So I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. Like, if they strip down and change the whole nature of the game, and the context of the game, then I would probably go with playing like the version of the game as I know it exists right now, which apparently already has some problematic stuff in it, depending on your view of things. If you take the consequences of its dystopian society from its logical conclusions, particularly about Catholicism not being the governing body of Poland anymore, and that leading to dystopia, which is only something that I've heard from other folks, and I cannot say I can fully confirm based on what I know. I feel like I need to like read more history and shit to have a more well-rounded opinion of how shitty the game's story and ideology might imply. That's the thing that's messy about dystopias and like sort of worlds that are filled with, you know, this like, especially like this grim dark shit. It's kind of like being like, okay, Gotham City is really bad. Are the people who were writing Batman you know, liking the corruption or not liking the corruption? It's fucked up. Funny that it's just like I have these bullet points for the other stuff. It's like, yes, anti-consumer practices, price hiking, monopoly capitalism, patent, transphobia. Sometimes they show their ass just in a direct, clean way that you can point to. Although there are people who are exercising an amount of plausible deniability, or you know, trying to justify through vagueness that maybe they're not being transphobic, because you know, without the keywords talking about puppy pill and blage and stuff, maybe it would have been more vague. But knowing the context of, you know, web phishing and stuff like that, it's kind of hard to deny. Although interestingly enough, it's I'm sort of thinking about the Tumblr post. People judge is just a faggot, which is basically just posits that no matter how acceptable you are, you're still going to be thrown to the wolves. Eventually, fascism will eat you, even if you try to be the most acceptable queer or kinkster or person of color, stuff like that. Someone could use the same framework to say Kanye is just an N-word in the context of white supremacy will still eat Kanye eventually, even if it eats every other poor black person first. And probably it probably won't be that clean in order anyway, to be completely honest. It is a sort of call to action, a call to solidarity of being like, stop trying to be acceptable. Or at the very least, stop licking boots. You know? I would say growing right-wing fan base. Why I'm mentioning it is because I will admit I did look at what people are saying about Peripatia on 4chan because of this. And there were people who were interestingly critical. I say because I would have thought it would have just been the black and white thing of welcome to the party. I'm glad you finally showing your true colors or something like that. But there are people being like, the fact that that trans people even liked your game in the first place, the fact that you gave any sort of plausible deniability, the fact that that it at any point felt inviting to queer people is a red flag. Even saw people slurring the Peripatia dev on 4chan, and that was... I wish I could say it felt like a nice just dessert, you know? But I just kind of wish the dev wasn't transphobic, actually. And just like swiping at people who like what you're putting down is just always gonna bite you in the ass, especially as an indie artist. They're not Nintendo, you know? And so, where we stand with Peripatia is that we played it. It is in the early access, it's not finished. There's a lot to do in it. There's a lot of different ways to play it, and I think I would enjoy playing it more than going back to some of the games that inspired it in a more immediate and accessible sense. I don't know if you've played Divine Cybermancy, but it is notably a mess. The old Deus Ex games, I think, hold up pretty solidly from modern sensibilities and understandings and mechanical stuff. But also, Peripatia on its own merits does something really good in its crunchiness. And even some of the shortcomings, some people consider it like, oh, there's a really barren world of not like a lot of shit, and it's garish in that way. But it's like it's a wasteland. If you ever played Die Hack, it's like Net Slum. It's like a really big, crunchy VR chat world. Like, even just exploring it and looking around and shit, and just fucking aura farming is a whole experience. Half of Fantasia's streams was like sitting on her fucking fire escape, like the character's fire escape in her apartment that she gets, while the train passes by and talking about shit. Like, atmospherically, that game is fucking insane. And the weird fucking off the wall conversations that you have with NPCs, especially ones that aren't like specific to the quest that you're on, let alone the fucking dynamics for what happens in the quest, was just like, we really vibed with it. If and we would feel it to be disingenuous for us not to mention it on our Game of the Year wrap up when we do one. But we gotta put a big ass asterisk on it. And I mean, I'm gonna tell people that, like, you navigate your own morality, but you should also like stand by it. And I mean, I mentioned about like the justification thing, right? Of like someone being like, well, maybe they're not transphobic, but I'm gonna face it head on and be like, no, they are. But to say, oh, and I'm still gonna play it anyway, feels like an unsophisticated way to go forward with it. We had already fallen off and we're gonna like turn back around to it. So now like we're under more reason to scrutinize it and be more critical of it. Like if we do like an actual review or something of it, now we're gonna like rip into it in the ways that we think it deserves to be ripped into, to like, you know, take it to task for it. It's like its ideology and how it presents like its world and the consequences of how the world building exists. Will we actually make a VSA of it? I have a lot less reason to with everything else for any other, compared to any other games we played this year that were not made by fucking transphobes. So we're in a catch-22. Because we also don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, but we do want to recognize the damage that it can do, and you know, I do think there is an estrangement that happens, and we've experienced that with like a Loli show, where people assume that if you're in the Loli show that you have to be like on the right, and that's not true. You know, knowing only queer like Lily Show fans, like our context is completely different. We used to feel bad about liking Resident Evil because, you know, like pro cop, pro like imperialism and shit like that, pro war on terror. And it's like, oh, if someone says that they're a Resident Evil fan, maybe that's a red flag. And then we thought to ourselves, wait, but I'm a Resident Evil fan. Does that mean I'm a red flag? And I know that now, because of this moment, there's going to be, you're a Peripatia fan? Are you, and it's going to be like, okay, are you, it's going to be the Two Roads meme. You know, it's going to be Peripatia fans, you know, right-wing conspiracy theorists, or left-wing conspiracy theorists. It would be two lesbians making out, actually. So it's rough navigating these moralities and these modes, especially when they seem to be also signals for other people to assume what your morality is. Although sometimes I think that we may take too personally other people's lines in the sand and other people's Rubicons. Like me talking about so critically about Nintendo may make someone who watches us feel bad as they clutch their Nintendo Switch to their chest like a teddy bear. But I'm not here to ruin your night. Okay, I actually, time-wise, don't feel super bad. I think think we're making good time. I think we're making good time. I think I can finish talking about possessors in a for a reasonable time. Actually, I think that actually went about this exploration really well. Starting with Nintendo and then going to Arc Raiders and then going to Parabatia feels perfect. And if you don't know about what happened with Possessors, I will not bury the lead too much. Possessors is a game developed by Heart Machine, the same developers or the same development studio that made Hyper Light Drifter, and Hyper Light Drifter is what put their name to fame, but Hyper Light Breaker was their most recent breakout, incredibly mid action co-op roguelike, somewhat taking cues from like Risk of Rain 2. Think of like Risk of Rain 2, but it was like an open world, sort of. They're generally seen as an indie studio. Considering the amount of the firings, I would say they're probably like a mid-sized. I think there is a sort of gray area when it comes to when you talk about indie studio, because budgets can be so high on the upper end that it's really easy to collapse everything indie into just one thing, because one person alone in their room is not the same as Toby Fontana's team, which is not the same as Team Cherry, which is not the same as I don't know, like a small visual novel circle. There are all these different standards and levels, and even among games published by Devolver Digital, who published Possessors, but also published stuff like Cult of the Lamb. To say all of them are at the exact same level and to collapse them all into indie does them all a disservice when you want to talk about the resources that went into development, especially the human resources, as gross and anti-human as the term human resources is. Ahead of the game's release, most of the staff that worked on it were laid off, and it's left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth because Heart Machine is like sort of an indie darling studio, and this is like a normal AAA game move, you know? And some people note that they probably need to do it to survive, but considering the trend-chasing nature of Hyper Light Breaker and Possessors being sort of the... If Hyper Light Breaker is one for them, i.e. the investors, then Possessors is the one for me, i.e. the artists. You know, like Possessors is definitely a passion project, whereas Hyper Light Breaker seems... like a compromise. Following layoffs at Heart Machine, Possessor's narrative director makes a case for still picking it up. Confusing, right? We talked about this on Blue Sky when we first heard about it, even though we wish we had heard about it before, because I think it was 1 to 3 months ago that this even materialized, or rather there was at least a month before this game came out that the layoffs were known to gonna be happening, you know? But we didn't hear about it until like a couple of weeks ago, or like a week prior to release, I believe. There's developers for games that we've seen where they were sacked before release, where the developers go, pirate the game, like play it but don't support the publisher or whatever. Like there's a lot of times where developers are sort of abused by their publisher. That isn't the case with Devolver Digital here. It is not Devolver Digital's fault that things have turned out like this, as far as I can tell, as far as they have said, as far as developers have said. And yet this still happened. And yet there's at least some developers for this game saying buy it, but in the same way of being like, oh well, the AI, the people who submitted their voices to AI for Arc Raiders consented. It's like, well, in this case, let's think about what the alternative is. To say people don't buy the game and the game doesn't get supported, and then not only have you lost out on a job, but also the game is seen as a commercial failure and works against your resume. And it's like weird to want a game to succeed even if you wouldn't see financial success for it. Although, as we may read in this article, I've heard but have not confirmed completely that there is some like some sort of revenue share thing that some developers that have been let go will experience. So like there is some compensation to be had into the future, depending on how successful the game is. But that feels like a compromise too. And it definitely feels like they're being sort of sacrificed twofold, you know? You can't even talk shit about what happened. Last month, Heart Machine announced that they would be ending development on their roguelike follow-up to the seminal indie RPG Hyperlight Drifter, Hyperlight Breaker. As a result, as is far too common in the industry these days, a number of staff were laid off, including a writer on the yet-to-be-released Possessors. As a result, a post cropped up on the Possessors discussions page on Steam, with some expressing discomfort at the idea of buying the game post-layoffs, prompting the game's narrative director to explain why he understandably would still like it if you bought it. Harris Foster, representing the game's publisher to Devolver Digital, explained in the comments that Heart Machine had confirmed that all revenue share eligible team members who contributed to Possessors will continue to receive their share. That's not a number though. That's kind of gets me. How many revenue share eligible team members are there exactly? In turn, another comment from a user named Anthem of Grimm questioned whether people should buy the game or not, so the developers that were fired can receive pennies on the dollar? This is where the narrative director Taylor Hutchinson came in with his very honest response. As a developer who is slated for a layoff, please buy this game. Hutchinson broke down a few of the reasons why you should still consider buying the game, from practice to the practical, from the practical to the personal. For one, he noted how if the game ends up doing well, it could make those that have been laid off able to find work easier. Oh, you worked on Possessors? The game made $1 bajillion. Please have a stable job with my company, or please have a bunch of money to make a new video game. He also pointed out that everyone on the team made Possessors makes games because we want people to play them and have fun. If no one does that, I really just wasted 3 damn years of my life. And Hutchinson also pointed out that the profit sharing point explained that he knows he will receive a share, though didn't want to speak for everyone. Yeah, that's the thing, like, probably NDAs as well. At hand. I did criticize the vagueness because it is convenient and works for the company and obviously is there for a reason, so the company can obfuscate things for their benefit, which is working. These are all generally quite fair reasons, and humanizes the whole process and humanizes the whole process in a way that is often quite corporate. How are we meant to respond when a company has layoffs? When it's a massive studio, it's unlikely enough people will stop buying their games to truly make a dent. As we've talked about with Pokemon. But for a developer like Heart Machine, could it make the difference? I don't have the hard data to comment otherwise. Still, it gives me pause. It's interesting because when this information was first brought up to me, it was brought up in in a very particular context, which I cannot at this time confirm, of being like, well, all the people who had artistic or creative work, or were doing artistic or creative work at Heart Machine, don't work there anymore, so it's basically been hollowed out now. That any future games from Heart Machine will be like uninspired, basically. Like, similar things have been said, and I'm more poised to believe them when talking about the studio that was responsible in part for Disco Elysium, because the creative leads for that game don't have ownership of the IP anymore, I'm pretty sure, or only part of it. There's like a whole like documentary about everything that happened there, but Disco Elysium is the only Disco Elysium that will exist. Anything else that has that name will be very much separate from the creator. But then again, the franchise lives where the creator dies. Think about like Silent Hill 2 remake being made by Bloober Team, with apparently public, at least some public facing people who were part of the original Team Silent giving their blessing or even having contributed in some small way. So there is an argument to say that even when the original author of a work is excised from production, that it still lives on without them, without their influence even. Well, at least without their continued influence. One can certainly say that of Star Wars, right? And as someone who enjoys Heart Machine's games, it is scary to think that I might not even notice without having been told how things would change. But I would only know that once another Heart Machine game comes out. Until the game that supposedly is uninspired or isn't part of the continued work of certain team members. A lot of art comes from a lot of people, and disseminating who is the true arbiter of the chalice that you take those sips from can be kind of hard, and I think is to some degree fruitless. There isn't a correct answer to any of this. It's ultimately up to you and your own moral compass in this situation. For what it's worth, Hutchinson's explanation did convince Anthem of Grimm to pick Possessors up. So if anything, this is a good example as to why we need more open conversation about these topics. Yeah, that's the vibe. So whereas Arc Raiders is a game that we probably wouldn't have picked up anyway and have no issue with abstaining from, it does not add any sort of tension to us. And then as opposed to Pokemon, that does add tension to us because we have to like purposely to avoid it. Shit, we even put in both prices for the Switch 2 and the normal Switch version, because while looking for the images for these fucking game covers, I noticed that there is actually a Switch version of Pokemon, and that means I was immediately tempted. Oh shit, I can buy the new Pokemon game. I'll have to buy a Switch too. Whoa! And I swallowed the bile coming up in my throat when I thought that. Although, when I say it like that, it feels like I'm saying that actually, yes, there is a moral component, and I would be ashamed of myself if I end up getting a Pokemon game again. But we're full of contradictions. But also recognizing the gravitational pull of certain things and the context in which they exist. So as opposed to Arc Raiders, which we wouldn't have probably played anyway, as opposed to Pokemon, which we had to actively avoid, and opposed to Peripatia, which we were indulging in before we found out about the creator, one of the creators being an ass. Possessors is something that exists in a oil and water sort of way, where there's the artists and then there's the corporate element and the investors and all those complicated things that makes buying the game particularly feel like the lesser evil on this chart. And I guess you could say easily that it is the lessest evil on this chart and the lowest price game on the chart as well. With Arc Raiders, one could say, oh, you're supporting the normalization of AI in video games. You are strengthening the argument that as long as it's a good game, any amount of AI is okay. That sort of thing. With Pokemon, it's like the will of the market is king. Anti-consumer practices, like, it doesn't really matter. A good game can flush all ill will down the toilet, essentially. Sort of normalizing that you don't own your games. That sort of thing. With Peripatia, it's like sort of giving extra gas to someone who doesn't think certain people deserve rights, maybe? In a really gross way. And maybe that includes you. That certainly includes me. It certainly includes most of the fan base of Peripatia. But Possessors, I mentioned in an oil and water way because it's very easy to divorce the morally sticky part of this from your enjoyment or pursuit of the thing. Because ultimately, the developers were laid off before release. This one has already been normalized. This is across the industry. I've even seen people in comment sections in discussion about Possessors being like, this is normal though. Why wouldn't I pay for horse armor? You know? So like, this one does barely even feels insidious, you know? There's certain games that we thought to ourselves that going to the high seas made the most sense for. And upon hearing devs for this game go, no, buy it anyway, it made us feel weird because we felt that we had a foolproof morality about it. And that's the thing that challenges us. Not so much that there is a problem, but rather we want to be on the right side of history all the time. Specifically, we want to be able to say to someone else's grandkids, I guess, oh, I didn't buy Arc Raiders, I I played Tarkov instead. Oh, I didn't play Peripatia. I went back to my good old uh Fallout New Vegas. Oh, fuck Pokemon. I only play cassette beasts. You should play cassette beasts. You really should play cassette beasts. I remember when we used to work for a left leaning queer affirming like canvassing organization, like basically standing on corners with clipboards asking people to donate or become subscribers to helping us lobby the government for queer rights. I remember that we had these circles at the beginning of the day before we all went out into the world to convince people to give us money. That we affirmed to ourselves that we were on the right side of history. And in terms of talking specifically in this political organizing aspect, it seemed really easy. It seemed to really make sense. It made me feel good. And then some of the people that the organization had actually endorsed, who had given money to the campaigns for, more than one occasion actually did not vote positively on queer rights or threw queer people under the bus. And then we had egg on our face. Well, individually, because, you know, on an organizational level, they had conversations like with us like, oh, well, they can't all be winners. We obviously can't control what they do, and we thought that they were gonna be on the right side of history, but it seemed like they were just signaling so you could get our money. And I do think about that a lot still, because people want to believe they're good, and that's the hardest part, because there is that extra weight to even care about this stuff. We have a friend that basically told us like the sort of arguments and like ways that we navigate the world, and especially the internet, is stuff that they don't have the spoons for. They don't have the spoons to figure out Matrix instances instead of Discord ones, and set up a Mastodon and switch to like Black Sky instead of being on Blue Sky, so they can have different TOS so they don't get banned for drawing baby furs or something. You know, like the way that we navigate is on the edges of society, but not just the edges of like, but not just in the context of living on the margins in the sense of like us against the man. Like there are people who we are sort of have such a separate context from because of how they live their life. And part of the way that we all exist under capitalism is like being worn down and being having images thrown at us all the time, being exhausted, and then being given the options to push a button to have a treat. You know, like the rat and the thingy, and it's like it presses the button for the stimulating thing and ignores all the other shit. We ignore our morality, we ignore the thing that makes us feel bad, or the thing that's complicated, because the other part feels good. And it's much easier to do the feel goods if you don't have the morality weighing you down. So we disassociate from it. But you don't but it's not a this or that. It's not either you disassociate from it and have fun, or you don't and you deny yourself pleasures every time you find out something is problematic, or the context of its existence flies in the face of or contradicts things that you value. And I'm sure that someone might even use our stream as a justification for all the things that they want to do and go, well, Fluffbite said it's complicated. I do want you to think for yourself. I do. In talking about possessors with a friend that we were close to, was also politically motivated in their morality in leftist and anarchist directions, who told us about the thing with possessors. When we got back to them and told them about the nuance of developers being like, you know, that there's like the revenue sharing and there's the, you know, the job opportunities and there's all this stuff, and they were like, and the way they dismissed it, like totally threw us off. Not that they said, I'm still not gonna buy it and I'm still gonna arc. It wasn't that. It was that it didn't even seem to penetrate their perspective. It bounced off, and it was just like, damn, you didn't even flinch. Cause for me, it threw us off. It made us like recontextualize, like look at it in a different way. Whereas the other person was like, they had already made a decision and nothing was gonna change it. And I think that's how a lot of people are. But they don't want to admit it. But they want to have that justification. And it can go one way or the other. It can be justification for not doing the thing or for doing the thing. Someone who wants Pokemon is gonna find a justification to play Pokemon or to buy Pokemon. And in that same way, we have those justifications and we have those rules for ourselves, but holding everyone else to your own rules usually doesn't work. Unless they're your kids, and that just means that they'll resent you when they're older, I guess. But I particularly mention Possessors because Possessors is a game we bought. Our compromise was that because it was available on Humble Bundle, and we know from what we know about the how game commerce works right now, is that if you want to support a game, if you want to put the most money in the pocket of a developer in terms of simply buying their game, buying it on Steam directly is your best bet. Unless they maybe have a version on Itch.io. Itch.io would be the most, they would get the most money, but Steam would potentially benefit them the most because the sale and subsequently a review will very much increase the visibility. And Steam is the most important storefront for any game. To the point where if you didn't release on Steam, and then you release on Steam later, it might as well be a whole new release window. Steam is that important. So if you want a game to succeed, buying it on Steam and reviewing it goes a long way. With that in mind, although there was the balance of, well, like, if they get the money, then the revenue split, but then also recognizing the whole pennies on the dollar thing, and also, I put the list price here. It's like 15 and some change with the like 10% off because the game just came out. Sale to Steam often does. Is by far one of the cheapest games that we were paying attention to that came out this month. And I think that we were very much motivated by the cheapness of it. It was almost like Devolver Digital was like, yeah, we know it's kind of fucked up. Lowball? Like, it didn't even round up to a full 20. Like, they didn't even make it a full $20. They didn't even make it cost as much as Silksong, you know? Silksong, the game that made so many people mad by not being more expensive. Because it did the opposite of what Mario Party did. It established a baseline that the indie developers feel a lot of tension with, because with the amount of content, with the amount of stuff in it, and the amount of quality of Silksong, making it $20 made developers who felt like their $30 price point that they had planned for their game, or even higher, now was laughable by comparison. Thinking about in that context, seeing Possessors be like essentially $15 flat on Humble Bundle was just like, well, the hard to swallow pill is particularly small today, so I'll take it, you know? And we felt like this was the, instead of saying, this is the most morally right thing I felt to do, instead of trying to justify it within that context, I would say, morally, this was the way to get the game legally that hurt the least. Was my take. And it is not as though the bar for video game purchasing morality is quite high, because even amongst like some of the most radical people I know, everyone has, say, their weaknesses. I wish I had a easy link to it, but who was it? There's a baby fur that did this meme, this like baby furs, especially because of being furries, being like you know, hip to and woke to you know, the mechanisms of capitalism and like identity fetishism, and being like, ha ha ha, I simply always use like ad blockers on YouTube and stuff. I simply, you know, do all these you know, these things to fight anti-consumerism, or I simply don't fall into this thing. Basically a, ho 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 ho, I can't believe that you are such a weak plebeian and not as woke as I am. That sort a vibe in that sense. And then it immediately cuts to the cutest fucking onesie ever just dropped, and all your brain cells just spilled out of your ears like marbles, and every baby fur in the room is clambering to pre-order. Essentially, I'm anti-capitalist until the capitalism speaks to me and my interest directly. But in a way, you could even say that you could say it's a targeted version of, oh, you're against capitalism, but yet you participate in capitalism gleefully. I think it's important the way we talk about these things. I'm trying to lean away from the please company that doesn't care about my existence, let me give you money. Like, I am I feel like that's a sort of like maybe maybe a tongue-in-cheek, but a tongue-in-cheek sort of like corporate bootlicking that makes me feel gross, and I'm trying to get like less leather in my diet personally, in that regard. So that's kind of where I stand with it. And not everything's gonna be perfect to your liking or my liking, but I think that being aware isn't where it should stop. But I also think that like direct action is also really important. Like, if you want the industry to be better, fighting for and supporting unionization efforts is good. Like voice actors being able to unionize, video game developers being able to unionize, people having bargaining power. If it was possible that there was organized labor forces that made it so that it wouldn't have been easy for someone to just swoop in and take the spot of someone who was like, oh, on principle, I cannot just give you my voice for perpetuity, even if you're gonna give me some nice flat fee, that if it wouldn't be as easy to get someone else to fill that role and basically be okay with, you know, this sort of like AI voice simulation, then our creators might not have even had AI voices in it in the first place, you know? Like, recognizing the systemic forces that allow for these bad things to happen is where we should be focusing our attention on. Because as like boycotts or the aestheticism of resistance continues to fail us, it becomes more and more evident to me that the individualism is part of our problem. That we think our individual actions are the thing that will set us free. But it's not that, you know? It's not that at all. Thank you for watching my presentation on the morality of video game purchases. Is your video game purchases moral? Oh, fudgies. I'm gonna go on a short break and then I'm gonna play a problematic video game. So you'll, let's, yeah, forgive me. I've been talking so much. I got a little lightheaded there. We're still pretty early in the stream for me to be taking a break, but since this was like very much a I am talking sort of section, I think it's justified. I've found a way to justify it to myself, at least. Gonna pull up an old bump. I had my headphones on backwards this whole time. Why is that so loud? that one's off. Ah. I see. I see. That was actually... Huh. Alright. So, volume should, for the desktop audio, should be a little bit better now. Problematic content or developers? Problematic context for the content. It's possessors. So it is playing. It's like the developers aren't the problematic ones. The game's content isn't problematic as far as I know. Or I mean, I guess Christians might not like it because it has to do with demons. So I guess it's the company that the game developers worked for is the problematic part. This is actually one more discussion topic for today that we'll talk about later after playing Possessors. But it's interesting to have been asked that question after that long-winded discussion we had, and then just being like, huh, yeah, it's still not simple. Alright, see you soon.
So high she must be up on stage. Stars from the night and better me today. Bitch kicking up a stage and you want good today. Ever since she got boundaries, bitch got me. That's a good snip, but shit is stay clean. You empathize with doggy style, you see what I mean. You find a whole different love from underneath the scene. Sis buster, go crazy with Liz trust. Like an abused puppy with how I distrust. I stick on spoiled edgy, yet she's still boss. I'm waiting to get the wheels like my last name Crash. My music will supply so where you can never get enough. Siblings, I'm a comrade, come on brother, call me whore. In this era, it's also struggle, writing down a spot for war. World has never been like this before. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour.
you. Please, he's killed me.
mention.
Just love my huge diapers so much.
Welcome to Diaper City.
Are they seriously fucking calling me?
Hey, long time no see. What's that? You're cool with baby fur now? Oh, because you're an age regressor now. Oh, okay, that's cool. Do you want a fucking trophy? I don't have fucking time for this.
Once or twice a week, it seems some tranny wants to talk to me, to let me know they're so sorry for all the times they tried to kill me. But I don't want the sympathy of any feeble, frail pussy. You want to make it up to me, try giving me your fucking money. I don't care what guilt you feel, there's only one way I can heal. You tried to take my life from me, 'cause strangers talked about my pee. I tried to act like it didn't hurt, I tried to act like I couldn't be hurt, but it did, and I can. And I am not afraid to be angry anymore. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. And maybe I'll think about being your friend. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. And maybe I'll think about being your friend again. But probably not, 'cause having friends is kinda hard. I'm tired. I'm like really tired.
Welcome to the Fluff Bite Entertainment System plays Possessors. We have a long history with Heart Machine. We're a backer of the Indiegogo campaign for Hyperlight Drifter. It was before we became a streamer or anything. Well, we're still a YouTuber, but under a different name. And us and our partner at the time had backed it together, and then when it came out, they had to eventually had the 2-player mode, and we played it together. We never beat it together. I still never beat it to this day, but it spoke to us, especially in its wordlessness and its communication. The sort of vagueness of its story suggesting afterlife, and especially with the games, the developer studio Heart Machine being like a personal like reference to their own heart condition and the fragility of their own life, and that being reflected in the story and this very magnum opus feeling thing. It had a particular weight, and ever since then we have been like, oh man, Heart Machine is so good, I can't wait till they come out with another game. And Solar Ash came out, and Hyperlight Breaker came out, and we never got those games. And Hyperlight Breaker, we were really disappointed with the reception of it, and the sort of the feeling of like trend chasing, it felt like, and explaining itself way too much with lore and stuff, even though exploring a multiplayer Hyperlight world had sounded great when first announced. When it came to fruition, it felt, no one knew that like Hyperlight Drifter felt like they would have a time that felt comparable or in the spirit of. And since it was, you know, sort of a game you play with a bunch of friends, we were sort of disincentivized, and we never picked that up. But Possessors, we played a demo for it at Steam Nets Fest, and we were immediately like, yes, this is the fucking shit. It actually really reminds us of like it was this comic series of people with like the powers of gods and stuff. I guess it's actually sort of like Angel's Engine. Even though I've never seen Angel's Engine, I've been hearing a lot about it in the fucking like unfiction space. Especially because it has such an interesting concept. This is the reverse of that. Demons is a power source. The Wicked and the Divine. It kind of reminds me of The Wicked and the Divine. Urban dark fantasy. So with the layoffs of a lot of the dev team for this game, it felt really weird. And then the game was priced weirdly low, even cheaper than Silksong, even before the extra 10% from the week it comes off deal. This thing coming to fruition feels so scorned. It actually makes me think of like maybe Mappa or something, though I have not heard of like the developers having a bad time on making it. Though I'd love to hear more about what it was like in the dev cycle. We just got through talking about like the morality of like buying video games and like deciding for yourself like what are your lines and how you navigate I guess your complicity. And here we are. And I guess in spirit of that, going to the credits first only seems right? Like, it only makes sense to honor the people that made this game. People with nebulous futures. I mean, we all have nebulous futures. Making art this important to you that you hope is important to other people. I think this game, we haven't played that much of it, but it has a lot to do with like mourning and loss. It's a Metroidvania, but the developer doesn't. But one of the main developers doesn't like to call it a Metroidvania. He wants to redefine this space a little bit. Calls it a search action game, which does brush off the remnants of the specific. The specific influences. Kind of like someone saying stamina action game instead of Souls-like. Though I have to admit, we definitely chortled hearing that because it was like an interview. And we didn't really feel like he really explained enough to really justify the pivot of that term, or at least on the way that it started up. Because I still can't figure out how you disseminate the Metroid from the Vania. Because I thought they just do the same thing in different ways. But the director of this game, I think, is saying something like a lot of games lean more into Metroid inspirations and not Castlevania inspirations as much. But as someone who has played a radically low amount of Castlevania, we are at a disadvantage. Many such cases, we really like games that take a lot of cues from Darkest Dungeon. We've played Darkest Dungeon a little bit, but it is not, we haven't put nearly as many hours into it as other games like it. We've never played Slay the Spire, But games inspired by Slay the Spire, oh my god, we can't get enough of them. It's definitely relevant to go to your inspirations. Or to go to the roots of your art's mimetic legacy. Gotta know where you came from. And you can be influenced by things through osmosis, not even fully knowing. So many people worked on this game. Gosh, I hope no one comes in here and thinks I just beat the game. That would be fucking funny. Can you imagine? I'm glad they actually had testers. I hear Square Enix is hoping to downsize QA by using AI. So as you can see, we started a save on this already, but we didn't get farther than the demo was anyway. Get ready for pain. Sanzu City, 1992. Kaz, wait! Come back! I'm sorry! Kaz. It killed Kaz. Is it following me? My legs. Help. Someone help me. Trouble find you? Help me. I can restore your legs, but the rest of you might take more time. Are you... Doctor? Not quite. Your people call me a demon. You're one of those monsters. If you help me, I'll make you whole again. Help with what? Simple things. Things you'll be good at. In exchange, I'll heal you. Or we could both just wait here for death to come. Should we bet who will last longer? Get bent! I keep my promises. You'll walk again. You just have to carry me home. Fine. Fits me. Wise choice. Wake up. What happened? Where are we? This is a little pocket between our worlds. I brought us here. We need somewhere to hide while I repaired your body. My legs! You fix my legs! I told you I keep my promises. Will you keep yours, Luca? These are in credit! Wait, how do you know my name? I'm a demon. In your dimension, I have no body. But I possess you and made you stronger. Now we share a mind. The world outside is dangerous. But with my power, you'll survive. Come on, let's go. Buried streets. The art style is immediately just really unique. Kitchen knives. Quick swipes with a pair of knives. Watercolor silhouettes cutting through the radishes. Fleshy leafy marionettes. Cut the strings, cut the dead. What the hell was that thing? A demon? A failed possession. It happens when my people don't know how to control the things they've possessed. Why would a demon possess some random object in the first place? Desperation. We can't survive here without a host to anchor us to this world. If there are no living hosts nearby, you must use whatever dead object you can find. Few of us can live in something like a pot or a stone. Possessing something cold and dead is agony. So they lash out. We need to stop. This flesh has a power. What kind of power? Abilities beyond yours. Find me, it's hard. It's hard. That's disgusting. Don't whine. You need it to survive. Unlocked ability. Whip. Press and hold R2 to unleash your whip to attach your whip to various objects in the world. Swing with the grapple points, pull enemies, or pull heavy objects. Traffic cone. Oh! Oh! Oh gosh. Never fought this before. Oh, down, puppy. Yeah, it gave me a false sense of security. It's like, oh, these are just little buddies. Additional fit slots, weapons. I can't break that yet. And I need to be able to slide, I guess. Those are quote-unquote search action games for you. Deposit. Oh, I guess I don't lose these now. Those demons we saw, are they stuck like that? As objects? Yes, for the most part. It's a fate worse than death. They lose their minds and don't remember how to detach. They try and make the object look like themselves, but that traps them in the world even further. Oh wow. Are any of them demons you know? We should focus on the task at hand. Well, that's fucked up. Good morning, Sebi. How are you? How are you, Specchio? Yeah, I am still awake. I downed a whole bunch of coffee. I'm wearing thick gamer pants, so I'm ready for a long night. I worked 2 hours of overtime tonight. I'm glad you get to finally rest. Kick back, relax, and all cool. Devil May Cry ass. Come here. Get over here. No style rating though. I'm waiting for my CPAP parts to dry, then I'm going straight to bed. CPAP? What does that mean? Like a computer part? Wait! This is my house! I don't have my key. I need to find out what happened to my mom, my grandpa. I don't know if they got out. If they didn't escape, then they're dead. Or possessed. Either way, you won't find them. Why are you so rude? I'm being polite. I'm letting you walk and talk, aren't I? I'm actually suppressing my full power. I could easily take complete control of your motor functions. No, I don't think you can control me. I think you're just a little voice in my head. If you were really all-powerful, why would you bother letting me do what I want? You're probably putting up with me because you have to. Enough. The sooner we reach the lab, the sooner you can go find your dead family. You know what? You're a dick. He sure is. I know this symbol. Agridine. Yeah, that's the Agridine logo. They own everything in this town. Well, you need to find their lab. Dude, their lab? What lab? Where are we even going? It must be nearby. Keep looking. Give me a sweet, sweet chrome. What? What happened? An uprising happened here. When we, demons, escaped the laboratory, we came through here, fighting for our lives. It's all gone. All these people. You have no idea what Agridine really does, do you? I don't know what Agridine does, man. They made batteries or something. They've fed you with lies for years. Do you see that rift? It comes from the machines they use to trap people like me, to imprison us. That is Agridine's business. Whoa. Wow, it's a dead end. Well, until I can destroy those heads. It's a little breathing machine for people who have sleep apnea. Ah, I see. We don't have time to chat. Swing a computer mouse upwards. Struck enemies are flung into the air. Special gear. Once assigned, Use powerful special abilities. Using a special ability will drain 1 pip. Refill those by attacking enemies with square attack. Oh, like Hyperlight Drifter with its melee recharges like your gun. Alright. Basement time. Yes, that is it. The lab is through here. How the hell are we supposed to open this thing? It's locked. Ugh, this is gonna take even longer than I thought. We'll have to find some Agadyne employees. We need their eyes to open these retinal scan locks. Agadyne eyeballs? Then we're screwed. Everyone is dead. No. The human eyeballs that open this vault are still in the city. How do you know? Because the last humans to have those eyes were possessed. And those demons are still here. I can feel their power. You'll have to find the demons who possess those scientists and take their eyes. Ooh. Currency. The currency I get from beating up rocks. Recurrency? Rockrussy? The Rockrussy. Research keycard. Oh, another. I don't know what that is. Bat thing? Computer terminal. What am I supposed to do during the evacuation? What am I supposed to do during the evacuation? D-Mall. Agadine Co. Hey Anna, I got an alert that we are now doing the Crisis ID 43J. What does this mean again? I looked at my role handbook and the flowchart text to the next to the crisis is actually redacted? I am a pink pass, so I have to stay at my post and keep operating the phone lines, but I actually don't know if there's anything else I'm supposed to do. I can see the fire outside. Is Aghanon really gonna sue if I leave my desk? Danny. Response. So what am I gonna do during the evacuation? Danny, I took a look at the crisis response flowchart and mine is not redacted. Your role handbook is redacted because you're currently a probationary employee. Some of the information about Crisis ID 43J is confidential and is only available to employees who have been participating in their role for 6 months to financial quarters with positive employee review scores in the entire time. I cannot transmit any of this confidential crisis response material over email, but I will say that continuing to shelter in place and sit at your desk to perform your role is the best option. I will be doing the same. I have full faith in our leaders to suppress the fire and return normalcy to the facility of EOD. Anna. Wonder how it turned out for everyone. Ooh, sorry, I dozed there for a second. Let's go. Time to fight. Wow, made it through without dying. Cheekers can fix things for you, make you strong, better weapon, better trinkets. What are you? I am the Chroma Hungry One. Look! Look! Almost got crushed. Ow! Ow! Oh wow. Why do you and Cheekers want chroma so bad? Is that like some messed up drug for demons? It's pronounced chroma. It is not a drug. It's what demons are made of. It is the very essence of a demon. The closest thing in your human language would be a soul or a spirit. Except chroma is real. Imagine if every memory you had was its own little organism. And you were just a collection of millions of little memory organisms. You kill a demon, you take its chroma, you take everything it did in life. Whoa, so we can use the memories from the chroma we pick up? If you want to sort through all that junk. The memories are useless, but chroma can be turned into much more. It is raw power. It looks like scrambled eggs. Well, I don't want power. I just wanted those legs. They're all I need to take me out of here. What do you think those legs are made out of? Oh, cool. What are you buying? Ah, thank you. Oh. Lunchroom key required. Oh, I didn't pick it up. Something I'm forgetting. Oh, hello. There we go. Walked right past it. Whoa, the terminal is still running. Finish running Agadai and play location screen errors. This is great news. There's somebody alive at the top of the skyscraper. I still need to find out what happened to my family. I know you think they're dead, but I need to know what happened. Didn't you see Agadine sealing the city? I saw humans trying to get out, but the gates were shut. I know, but some people got out. Is knowing how they die going to change anything? Why are you like this? I'm helping you, and you can't even be nice to me for half a second? Because you're being selfish and indulgent. You think I haven't lost anyone I care about. You're just some kind of messed up monster. You don't even understand what I'm saying. I do. But now is not the time to search for skeletons. Cell phone. Chroma. Oh, I don't have any more healing. Damn. He heals me every time, huh? So when I finish sending you home, I get to keep these legs, right? Of course. Why? I feel like we skipped a lot of the details when we made our agreement. I should have asked you earlier if these were loner legs or what. I'm sure they'll be perfect for whatever you want to do here in Sanzu City after you set me free. Well, I'm not staying in Sanzu. I'm taking these bad boys outside. Good luck with that. Oh, no, do you think people will freak out about my legs? I mean, good luck leaving the city at all. You're sealed in. Agadine quarantine the place. I assume you'll eventually come back. They'll eventually come back to fill the city with caustic gas and purge anyone who's left. No way. There's gotta be a way out. You're free to search for one. After you get me home. I don't have any more quick travels. Ugh. Oh, it's my memories. Yay, new checkpoint. Okay, I was the same row. Oh, ladder. Dummy. That was unfortunate. killed you. Whoa. Hooligans. Those kids are on the roof again. They were spitting over the edge, and the wind blew some of it into the conference room window during a meeting with Ellie. He thought it was a bird taking a crap. Next time you see them anywhere near the elevators, I want you to call security right away. It's embarrassing that this has gone on this long. I don't feel like talking. Perry. Stylish. Die. I can parry anything. Look! See? Infinity batteries! Academics batteries! They don't summon demons with portals. Then what's behind the giant vault in the basement? I don't know. Probably all of their money? What else would you keep in a vault that big? Whoa, a person. Maybe they can help us. Wait, don't. Hello, Luca. Hello, I'm Luca. Can I help you? Yay, first time while sleepy. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! I'm sorry. I killed him. He just started attacking. I didn't want to kill him. Please don't be mad at me. You're strong enough to fight back. Why would I be mad? For killing a demon. He wasn't a pilot plant or a copy machine, you know? He was more like you. He was nothing like me. He was completely feral. I did not care about the life of some mindless predator. Thank you for killing him quickly. Better than I expected. Wait, was that a compliment? Did you just say I did good at fighting? I was pretty scared, but I guess maybe I was pretty good at it. It was all so fast. You know, I've never felt so strong. Hey, Greedra. How's it going? Fragment of Suffering. Combined with other fragments to permanently increase health. A grim reminder. Damn. Going up. Who is it? It's my mom. I'm ignoring it. Aw, come on. I love Bonnie. Why don't you let me talk to her? What if it's something important? It's not. It never is. She's always calling just to check in and remind me how my grades suck compared to my sister's. Or maybe she ran out of new doll auctions to keep her busy. You know what? I don't care. She's interrupting this huge look. This huge Luke. Oh, shucks. I'm over the fences. It's over the fences. This is what you do for fun? Spitting off buildings? He's just goofing around. Hey, what the fuck are you doing in my memories? I possess you. I am everywhere. I don't want you in my memories. Not in these ones. Pfft. I've seen a lot of them. They're not special. Your optimism is very funny. But you make bad choices. You're right. I make bad choices. I should have let you die. I should have just died myself and let you die. Selfishly, we both chose to live. just straight went the wrong way. How many floors is this? What happened? Everything's so broken down. Time happened. It's been 3 years. 3 years? I needed time to honor my end of our deal, so that's what it took. Oh no, my mom probably thinks I'm dead. Why'd you put me asleep for 3 years? I fetched your legless husk. Do not bother me with your complaints. Keep moving. I can't wait to leave this rotten world. I'm really strong now, aren't I? I'm using my power to make you strong. Yeah, I mean, I'm stronger than all of those feral demons and like way stronger than any human. If I ever found that demon who killed Kaz, I could probably fight them and win. How would you even know which one it was? Don't we all just look like monsters to you? No, the one that killed Kaz was like the businessman. They looked like a human except they had big long horns. Well, horn. I only had one horn. I want him to pay for killing my friend, even if he's a mindless predator. You might not be as strong as you think. You should be careful. Oh boy. Compound eye. Enemies drop more chroma. More eyes is better than less eyes, obviously. Dr. Kosa, please report to cell 23D. Please report to cell 23D. when you're free for lunch, I wanted to talk about chroma extraction. Outstretched subject to cell 59R. Resuscitation team, report to cell 59R. Rem? Rem, you promised it would be better. You promised it would be better on the other side. Rem, I think I'm dying. Rem, you said we'd be okay. Wow. Is this one of your memories? Are you in jail? Can you back up? I missed everything. That was my memory. It's finished, and it's private. How can you have a memory in my head? It's our head now. Plural, 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 plural. Fluorescent Park. I got fucking bodied. For your safety, Agadine is sealing the city. If you do not have employee evacuation benefits, please remain where you are and seek shelter. Do not attempt to enter an evacuation zone. The city will seal in 15 minutes. We're going to be trapped in here. They're locking us in here with those things. Kaz, listen to me. We'll find a way out. We just need to stay calm. You don't understand. They're gonna start sealing all the gates between the neighborhoods. We're trapped in here with those monsters! Then let's go to your house. There's still time. We'll be together. They just grabbed that guy and started twisting his body all out of shape. They're gonna turn us into coats. They're everywhere. Stay calm. We've made this run hundreds of times. Remember when we outran those agonized security guards? They have motorcycles. We can do this. You really think so? I know we can. Okay, we can do this. it's gonna be funny as hell when Kaz comes back as a demon. I won't miss next time, freak. Whoa, 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 don't shoot, I'm normal! You're possessed. I can smell it on you from here. I just woke up. I don't know what's going on. I need help. You don't need help. Just kill whoever this is and move on. I kill rogue demons, and you've got horns, girl. You know that, right? I got possessed. I made a deal with him. I'm still in control. You made a deal with a demon? You've talked to it? Don't tell her about me. Yeah, I talked to him. Is that weird? You are so weird. I should probably just kill you anyway. It would be safer. The only other host I've ever heard who had a truce with their demon, well, it's Vand. Say hello, Vand. So you're interesting, kid. But I kill interesting things all the time. You know what? Meet me at the cabin further ahead. I'll be watching the way you operate. I told you not to talk to her about me. She's mean, but she's human, dude. She's on our side. She's not on mine. And that's where the demo ended. Glad disappeared. My fucking tryptophobia was. I think I'm gonna call it here for now and take another break. I I need to rest my eyes for a little bit. Before I slam. More coffee. Let me decide what order we want to do things. So I guess I follow a boss. The businessman. Fuck that guy.
Girl so high she must be up on stage. Dodging from the night and better than me today. Bitch kicking up a stage and you want good today. Ever since she got on the reach, bitch got me. Loves a good snip. push it, stay clean. You empathize with doggy style, you see what I mean. You're trying to hold different left from underneath the scene. Fist buster, go crazy, release trust. Like an abused puppy with how I distrust. I stick on spoiled edgy and yet she still bust. I'm waiting through the wheels like my last big crush. My music will supply so where you can never get enough. In and out, they're rolling back my ribs. I wonder when it comes time will I run to the fight. Call my siblings, call my comrade, call my brother, call me whore. In this era, it's also struggle, running down the spine for war. World has never been like this before. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour. It was snowing yesterday, but now it's a downpour.
you. Please, kill me.
attention.
Just love my huge diapers so much.
Welcome to Diaper City.
Are they seriously fucking calling me?
Hey, long time no see. What's that? You're cool with baby fur now? Oh, because you're an age regressor now. Oh, okay, that's cool. Do you want a fucking trophy? I don't have fucking time for this.
Once or twice a week, it seems some tranny wants to talk to me, to let me know they're so sorry for all the times they tried to kill me. But I don't want the sympathy of any feeble, frail pussy. You want to make it up to me, try giving me your fucking money. I don't care what guilt you feel, there's only one way I can heal. You tried to take my life from me, 'cause strangers talked about my pee. I tried to act like it didn't hurt, I tried to act like I couldn't be hurt, but it did, and I can. And I am not afraid to be angry anymore. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. And maybe I'll think about being your friend. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. Give me $20, you fake ass bitch. And maybe I'll think about being your friend again. But probably not, 'cause having friends is kinda hard. I'm tired. I'm like really tired.